Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country, changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης. Με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις, η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nikos Vetas. In my capacity as the General Director of IOBE, I would like to welcome everyone in today's workshop, co-organized by the European Commission and the Greek Resilience and Recovery Facility Agency in the Finance Ministry. Let me just tell you a couple of words of what we're going to do today. We are going to start, we're going to open up things with the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Margaritis Chinas, who cannot be with us in person, but has sent a very informative video. And then the alternate Minister of Finance, Mr. Skylakakis, is going to be here, and he's going to set the floor for everything else that we have to discuss for the rest of the day. This first part is going to be in us for the rest of the day. This first part is going to be watching us online, switch to the appropriate channel, and those of you in the room, use your headphones. All the rest of the workshop is going to be in English, so the opposite has to be done. We're going to have 3 panel discussions that are going to get in various ways in how the RRP is going to be run in Greece. The focus today is on implementation. We are no longer in the planning period. Implementation is key, not only for how fast, but also for how funds are going to come into the Greek economy. Let me just have a preliminary thought. There is a significant sum of grants and loans. However, Greece is in dire need for more investment. So the key question is how more investment and what type of investment will be facilitated. The economy gets on a different trajectory than the one it has been in the last 20 years. We can now go to the video message by the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Skinas. As I said, that's going to be in Greek, and then we're going to directly go to Minister Skylakakis. Thank you all for attending. There is a way for those of you watching online for the 3 panels to be sending questions and use that if you want. So I hope we're going to all have a very productive workshop today.
payment. The second amount of money that we approved
εξωτερικό, αυτά τα...
The speedy implementation of the plan is extremely important because Greece is one of the biggest beneficiaries of the Recovery Fund, with total resources that respond to 16.6% of the GDP, and we hope that it's going to contribute to tens of thousands of employment positions. Under this spectrum, the plan of recovery and resilience is an unprecedented opportunity for Greece to make a huge qualitative leap into addressing the most important environmental, social, economic challenges that the country faces, but Europe as well, essentially to change the traditional growth model. All the present here today, you know that the Greek plan is based on simple four pillars: the green transition, the digital transition, the social cohesion, and private investment for the transformation of the Greek economy. The green transition is going to be used, and as from the first year of implementation, Greece responsibly, structurally has started a series of reforms and investments into these two focal points. Characteristical examples: the first round of the renovation program, which will contribute to the renovation of 100,000 residences, the beginning of the program and implementation of SMEs, and moreover, 3 out of the landmarks that were successfully implemented for the second tranche of money has to do with the innovative tool that Greece has created in order to enhance the private investments, a tool which in Brussels is considered as a standard of how member states can maximize the benefits of the resources of the Recovery Fund. Therefore, it was a great pleasure and an honor that I participated last week in Athens in the ceremony of the agreement, which will allow through this innovative tool to the European Innovation Fund to use 400 million euros from the Recovery Fund in order to leverage at least 1.5 billion euros for the financing of the Greek businesses. This project is a characteristic example on how the recovery plan does not only have to do with the existing players in the market, but it facilitates all the ones that look forward to an investment to the future for the Greek economy. It will give the ability to the people who are new businesses, new entrepreneurs with vision to bring new goods and services to the market. As from 2023, we expect other flagship investments, for example, the connection of the Komunduru and Corinth centers of high voltage, which will increase the production of electrical supply through the renewable energy sources, the digitalization of the archives of the public sector, which will facilitate the access of the citizens to the state, or the integration of the programs of training for digital, green, and financial skills, a very particular and significant We have with us the alternate Minister of Economics, Mr. Skylakakis. What is going on with the recovery fund? Well, this is a huge answer that has to be given, but I'll try to be as brief as I can. It started very quickly from our side. As you heard, we went through quite quickly to the first phase, which is the investment part. And we have done very well in this part, both in the loans part and also to invitations for investment. We had a big response from the market, and now we get into the most difficult part, which is the implementation of public works, which the program includes. Right now, we have hundreds of tenders that are going to be fruitful in the next 3 or 4 months. And as we all know, this has most of the risks from delays, bureaucracy, or anything else. Therefore, now all the administration will be judged on its ability, and the market, of course, on our ability to bring these resources from the funds into the market. Because you mentioned the market and the administration. In this country, we have a past of absorbing European resources with positive and negative elements. What is happening? What are you more concerned about? And what makes you being more optimistic? What concerns me? First of all, I am concerned we have to try the real issues of the market regarding absorption. In the past, we had a percentage of absorption, let's say, of 5 billion euros. In this phase, for 2023, 2024, and 2025, we will be judged to double this rate of real payments. The numbers are huge. We are talking for 2023, 12 billion public investments. And in specific sectors, digital, for example, with the numbers are 3 times and 4 times more, which under normal circumstances the market used to do. Therefore, we are going to be tried there with the real ability together with the human resources. Why? Because digitalization needs a lot of human resources in a period where in this field it's not easy to find. As regards the public administration, the obvious thing is that up to 2019, WC had made a research that the average delay time of public projects was 4 years. That means 3 or 4. In Greece, we had 7 to 8 years. Therefore, these times, as regards the recovery fund, are not applicable, and we are going to be tried quite a lot at all levels in the market, because we are talking about the fact that we are going to have small and medium-sized projects. We are going to have big projects as well, and we are going to have many services. One phrase that you used under normal circumstances, but the circumstances are not absolutely normal because the needs are huge. And of course, with the energy crisis and the 2 years of the pandemic, but there is an accumulated investment gap which cannot be measured only from 2010. If we say in the business investment, the gap has been there for decades. Do you believe that this can be bridged even gradually? Yes. We have a very important tool, which in the last few months has an unbelievable dynamic potential, which is the loans, especially for SMEs that have access to this new tool that we are going to have in the next 3 months. What have we done in the loans so far? We have managed to have investment plans submitted and pre-approved by the banks, because not all of them have got the positive approval, but usually the businesses have a pre-negotiation and cannot submit if they don't have a bank which is seriously interested in financing it. The plans that we have had submitted were approximately 8.5 billion. The picture that we have is that they are going to be increased furthermore. I'm not going to give you numbers now. However, these tools are proved that they absorb a significant part of the investment gap because they are combined. You have the knowledge and practical investment tools that have 5, 6, or 8 times investment plans. And now, in the game, we have the new programming period, which will provide a lot of resources for SMEs and small businesses, and some parts of investment tools that are not here yet, such as Repower EU, which will go to private investment, and business savings of businesses. And we have the investments for example, the project of Ellinikon is over and above. And there is another change about households. Yes, they had this character before 2010. They don't have this character now. A significant part in constructions is extravert, but a lot of problems which are caused with Airbnb and so on. But the issue here is the energy upgrading of the old buildings in Greece, which can help the country, but the GDP, yes, the more directly this upgrading is going to be, we have noticed that Greece has a big increase in their exports in the last 3 or 4 years. This increase of exports is industrial by nature, and this happened with an internal market which was not very intense. For example, we have a company that exports to sell in the internal market as well. Here we have an advantage. Regarding with the upgrade, household upgrading, we have to point out because Greece is 100% dependent on fuel. We do not produce our own fuel. We shall see what is going to happen with the natural gas. But when we have the increase of the prices in fuel, we immediately lose percentages from the GDP. So when we have these energy investments apart from the demand that they create in the internal market, which is not very big, afterwards, however, when they are substituted, they reduce our dependence from fuel on a permanent basis. So if this means that this will change the structure of and the dynamic of the Greek economy, and this is a strategic plan. Two questions have come to me now. The first question is, we are talking about the recovery fund. You talked about the next programming period and the tools of European and national funding. The naive question could be, how are we sure that we are going to avoid entrepreneurship to be based on the state and go towards the wrong direction, even with a temporary improvement? This is a reasonable question because, historically speaking, we are dependent by the very high subsidies, if you want, personally and ideologically, but on the level of policy implementation, I am against high subsidies. I consider that high subsidies are wrong. In the tool of the loans, which for the time being is the biggest investment tool that we have in the country, and I think it's going to be the one that will be for many, many years, the emphasis is given on the very low subsidies. The loan is the reference interest and the commercial interest and the interest that we give. These subsidies are low, are approximately 10% for the big businesses or 20, maximum 30% for the small ones. These people who know about developmental loans is the lowest that has ever been in the history of the country. However, it has huge response. Why? Because it has speed. This tool gives the subsidy, the funding to in reality, what was happening, we had investments, and after you discovered whether you would get a subsidy or not, it did not work with the way that it should have worked. Therefore, we can get into this new model which can prevail in general, low subsidies in modern, synchronized with the investment. And when the subsidy is 10%, the businessman will see how he will manage it because he has invested the rest 90%. So here, it is not the lack of loaning in recent decades in the Greek economy, but private equity. Yes. Connected with state subsidies, what was happening in the past? You got 30, 40, 50%, and therefore the incentive that was to make a smaller investment and enjoy a higher subsidy. In a sense, that is what was happening. And one more question. From its conception, the Recovery and Resilience Fund was not only resources, it was also reforms, well structured, both on a European and national level. And all the analysis, let me refer to the Bank of Greece, which was in the initial file, show that the rate of extension will be high, but it will be feasible only if reforms take place. Can you comment how sure it is to run these reforms and it will not just be a temporary activity? Well, the reform in the recovery fund were front-loaded. And for now, we have implemented them 100%. We do not have any reform landmark where we have failed. Also, these reforms do not change. They are not renegotiable. Whatever has happened is written on stone. It cannot be changed. My opinion is that now that we can add more reforms into the package. A big part, however, has been implemented in time, and I'm very satisfied that the Commission chooses to have a very thorough and detailed and absolutely insistent on the reform issues, and that's what it should be done. And when we say that we had the reform, we are not talking about a draft of law or whatever, or an act. There is full emphasis in the secondary law and the implementation with practical systems. Therefore, these move forward, and most possibly when we finish, we will have furthermore reforms compared to the ones that we had planned. Just one more thing about the reforms, because you mentioned that the Commission has experience from Greece regarding the reforms. Going back, let's say to 2010, the three programs were funded and they included reforms as well. But the truth is that the emphasis was put on to the fiscal consolidation compared to the reforms on the level that you mentioned on the secondary implementation. Do you believe that this is understandable by the Commission and it is national ownership? Yes, it is national ownership. Imagine that we have 11 assessments in the previous program that closed, and in the two evaluations, we have done everything in time. Look, the rest of Europe, to do such a cooperation with the Commission on 14 specific packages in reality of reforms and changes and programs, and to have all of them fulfilled on time is fantastic. And we have 1 minute before the time is over. The obvious question, if we are here again in 4 or 5 years' time, what would you like to say about this program, and what are you most concerned about? What I would like to have is competitiveness and change in the production model. That is to say, real, effective, efficient private investments which will exploit the public investments as well, because public investment by themselves do not create wealth if they are not accompanied by the private investment. You cannot have side by side the private investment is impossible to go forward. What I am concerned about is how quickly our state will change as regards the administration and the mentality, the attitude of the political system, so as these big changes will be used internally, because the internalization is much more difficult compared to other processes. Without, you may be a good bureaucrat with fantastic systems, but to fail, why? Because the mentality, the attitude has not changed. The mentality changes is very difficult to change, and we have started working on the change of a deep change of mentality, both of the people and the administration. But this has to be made fully. We should not disturb this change, which is ongoing. Another way to say the same thing is that apart the recovery fund, we have this wider direction of the country and the wider framework of investments. And if you have a last word, so that we can finish. Listen, the policy is single. And if you have a wave of investments that they change the attitude, the mentality, is a part that we do not really think about. Let me give you an example. When the metro started working in Greece, in the place where the metro was, people had a completely different behavior, attitude, compared to the previous time, when the metro did not exist. The metro did not manage to change the overground train attitude. The thing is to make all the necessary changes to go side by side. I will explain that we will have in the next three tables to get in depth.
The next panel is going to be moderated by Sotiris Nikas from Bloomberg. We're going to go directly to that, and it's going to be on the implementation of the Greek RRP. Mr. Minister, thank you for the opportunity, and I hope it all goes well.
its first payment request, which after the positive assessment by the European Commission, it was dispersed on April. Then in September, Greece submitted its second payment request, and last Friday, the European Commission issued its positive assessment. All these achievements have been possible through the close cooperation with the line ministries and implementing bodies and auditing authorities. In addition, we have established a seamless coordination with the European Commission that strikes the right balance between results, controls, and transparency. I will try to highlight how these funds are channeled to the line ministries and implementing bodies in order for them to implement their investments and reforms. In order for a project to be funded by the Greek RRP, it has to go through an approval procedure that, among other things, determines the project's budget and the involved parties. Up to now, projects with a budget of 12.2 billion euros have already been approved, meaning that more than 66% of the RRP budget has already been allocated to specific projects. Digital and private investment pillars are the ones with the highest rate of activation, while green and private investments are the pillars with the largest share of allocated funds. 2022 is the year when most of the projects have started to mature. However, extensive payments have already been done. 48% of the appropriated amount has already been paid, and hopefully by the end of the year, this share will rise up to 70%. Taking into account payments that were made in 2021, total payments amount to over 2.2 billion euros, nearly 16% of the entire budget. It is worth noting that the rate at which projects are being activated is almost constant throughout the last 13 months. This fact indicates that ministries and implementing bodies have embraced this effort from the beginning and have allocated the maximum of their administrative capacity in order to contribute to its implementation. Payments, on the other hand, started very slowly, but are now gaining pace. And as more projects are maturing, we believe that this rate will increase even further. Some indicative examples of programs addressed to small and medium enterprises include the digital transformation of SMEs with a total budget of 450 million euros, transformation of the agriculture sector with a total budget of 510 million, and new industrial parks and smart manufacturing programs with a total budget of 140 million. Some examples of programs that are addressed to municipalities include smart cities, where cities are developing new infrastructures, digital platforms and information systems, one-stop shop modernization, road safety, where municipalities will be funded for works and projects aiming to improve road safety, wastewater treatment infrastructure, and water supply infrastructure. In order for the European Commission disperses payments after the successful fulfillment of the RRP's milestones. For the first payment request, Greece successfully completed 15 milestones. 7 of them were investments and 8 of them were reforms. For the second payment request, Greece successfully completed 28 milestones, and we are now working for the implementation of the next 42 milestones, which are necessary for the next payment request. Some indicative examples of fulfilled milestones include the launch of call for energy renovations of residential buildings and publication of tender for civil protection centers for the first payment request, as well as the launch of calls for digital transformation of SMEs, the smart manufacturing, industrial parks, and agri-food sector for the second payment request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voivodes. I have to apologize because we also have Mr. Dimitris Papastergiou, who is the president of the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, who is going to be online. He's not here, as you can see. Now, let's go to, please, Ms. Litvai, to, are you?
Does it work? You like it?
Yes, good morning. I don't know, it's my turn to speak. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for the
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. The economic and the social recovery, as well as the green and digital transitions, can only succeed if local mainly and the regional authorities are directly involved in preparing and implementing the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. For many municipalities, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to decrease in revenue and an increase of expenditure. Local and regional authorities are responsible for the 1/3 of all public expenditure and more than half of public investment in the EU, a large portion of which is in policy areas that are key for recovery and the resilience facility, the cornerstone of all the recovery plan, NextGenerationEU. It is therefore important that cities and regions are directly involved in designing and implementing the NRRPs in order to successfully implement the reforms and investments contained therein. Local authorities have largely been excluded from the design of the national recovery and resilience plans that EU member states submitted to the European Commission at the end of April to receive their money from the NextGenerationEU stimulus fund. Cities have lost the first battle about RRF, and as in most member states, they were not involved in the planning of RRPs. Municipalities suffer greatly from the economic and social consequences of the pandemic, and local initiatives have to be developed to tackle these impacts. The finance of municipalities are severely threatened by crisis. The scissor effect, growing tasks while decreasing revenues, jeopardizes the ability to provide public services. They have to continue now their fight at the national level to become part of the meaningful monitoring process, to achieve the openness of data, to take on a role where they can influence the implementation of RRF funding. Moreover, while pushing forward their integrated development ideas for funding within the framework of approved RRPs, they should step up with other innovative national actors for real reforms in urban development, in line with the original intention of the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. It's the cities, they do, that are the drivers of the green, digital and just transitions that Europe needs for recovery. Cities are the place where decarbonization strategies for energy, transport, buildings, and even industry and agriculture coexist and intersect. As highlighted by the 100 Climate Neutral Cities initiative, the climate emergency must be tackled within cities and by engaging citizens who are not only political actors in a governance structure, but also users, producers, consumers, and owners. And such funding to promote green energy, to motivate municipal energy communities, for example, producing their own energy, is not still present. The Commission's failure to ensure the systematic consultation of cities runs counter to the strong emphasis placed on local level actions across European Green Deal and reduces the opportunities for green recovery. A close collaboration with all the local stakeholders is of paramount importance to ensure that the recovery and the resilience plan local level covers territorial needs and avoid overlaps within EU or national or regional policies and funds. The main key aspect is the synergy between the recovery and the resilience facility with the European investment and structural funds. Cities are important drivers of the renovation wave. Renovating municipal buildings and infrastructure is crucial, but not enough to be in line with the climate neutrality targets. Municipalities can develop strict district energy grids fed by renewables with in parallel fighting energy poverty. Cities need appropriate means to reach their high ambitions, not just rapid stimulus spending. Local recovery plans should not just recover the economy from crisis by going back to business as usual, rather they are a unique opportunity to massively invest in the economy of the future, essential to meet EU's climate neutrality goals up to 2030. There are two problems with this short-term stimulus approach. The first being that submission timelines are too short, and there is a risk that cities don't have the capacities to respond to their goals and their calls. The second issue is that this approach does not allow more innovative and ambitious projects to emerge. We need to think big. Municipalities and local authorities need two things besides funding: more technical and financial assistance. Small and medium-sized cities in particular don't have the human resources capacity to deliver projects to be financed under RRF or other program quickly enough, and time to think. RRF managing authority preferred way to disperse the funds is through call for projects, and as the implementation phase of the recovery plan started in autumn of 2021, the time period between the call announcement and the submission date is very short. For example, Electra program for the municipal buildings stock retrofit announced in the middle of September this year, and the submission deadline is tomorrow. This does not allow cities to have the time to think out of the box, get inspired through peer-to-peer exchanges, and consult national experts for an innovative drive, renovation wave, and energy transition. Numerous Green Deals initiatives, from the Circular Economy Action Plan to the EU biodiversity strategies and the renovative wave, make explicit references to both the needs and potentials of cities in the ecological transition. Similarly, the new climate neutral and smart city mission of the research and innovative program Horizon Europe will support 100 European cities in the systemic transformation towards climate neutrality by 2030, showcasing them as innovation hubs that can accelerate and lead to Green Deal. If properly channeled towards empowering local authorities and stepping up their administrative capacity, this investment could truly transform the ability of cities to address sustainability challenges and unlock local ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Papastergiou. Ms. Ledvai, we will...
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We would very much like to hear from you.
Θα θέλαμε να ακούσουμε και από εσάς πώς βλέπετε την Ελλάδα στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την Οργανωτική Επιτροπή για την δημιουργία αυτής της ημερίδας. Η Ελλάδα, το σχέδιο της Ελλάδας υιοθετήθηκε τον Ιούλιο του 2021 και να δείτε κάποια στοιχεία. Όλο αυτό το εργαλείο έχει ένα υπάρχουν 720 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ και η Ελλάδα είναι μία από τις μεγαλύτερες χώρες που θα λάβει μία τέτοια ενίσχυση σε σχέση με το ΑΕΠ, σε επιχορηγήσεις και 2,7 δισεκατομμύρια σε δάνεια. Τεράστια ευκαιρία για την Ελλάδα να υποφεληθεί αυτή τη χρηματοδότηση, όπως αναφέρθηκε και από τους προηγούμενους ομιλητές. Υπάρχουν επίσης πολλαπλά σχέδια από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση η υποστήριξη της Ελλάδας. Επομένως, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ότι η Ελλάδα κάνει ό,τι μπορεί για να υποφεληθεί από όλα αυτά τα κεφάλαια τα οποία θα εισρέψουν. Και ως σήμερα η εμπειρία ήταν πάρα πολύ θετική. Η Ελλάδα είναι από τους πρωτοπόρους στην υποβολή του σχεδίου για να ξεκινήσουμε την υιοθέτηση του σχεδίου, την πρώτη αίτηση πληρωμής τον Δεκέμβριο του 2021 και τη δεύτερη αίτηση πληρωμής. Μεταξύ των πρώτων είναι η τέταρτη χώρα η οποία θα υποφεληθεί από την δεύτερη πληρωμή, τη δεύτερη δόση, μαζί με την Ισπανία, Ιταλία και την Κροατία. Όπως θα αναφερθούν και στη συνέχεια οι ομιλητές. Η Ελλάδα έχει ήδη δηλαδή 7,5 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ, 25% του φακέλου, και μόλις εγκριθεί η πληρωμή, αυτό το ποσό θα αυξηθεί 11,1 δισεκατομμύρια, 35% του φακέλου, δηλαδή μια πάρα πολύ καλή εξέλιξη. Όσον αφορά τώρα το περιεχόμενο, όπως αναφέρθηκε από τους προηγούμενους ομιλητές, 30,5% στην πράσινη μετάβαση και 23,5% του φακέλου των ποσών για την ψηφιοποίηση, ένα πολύ μεγάλο ποσοστό και επενδύσεις στο θεσμικό πλαίσιο και στις επιχειρηματικές επενδύσεις. Η δεύτερη πληρωμή, η δεύτερη αίτηση για πληρωμή αποτελείται από επιχορηγήσεις και δάνεια και λόγω της πάρα πολύ καλής εξέλιξης με τα χρηματοπιστωτικά ιδρύματα υπάρχει ένα εργαλείο το οποίο έχει δημιουργηθεί προς την διοχέτευση αυτών των κεφαλαίων στην ελληνική αγορά και το οποίο προχωράει σε πάρα πολύ καλύτερο ρυθμό από ό,τι περιμέναμε σε σχέση με την δεύτερη αίτηση πληρωμής. Επίσης, ενδιαφέρον αποτελεί από ευρωπαϊκή προοπτική ότι μιλάμε για ένα εργαλείο το οποίο βασίζεται στην απόδοση. Σε αντίθεση με άλλα κεφάλαια, δεν έχει σχέση με ό,τι συνέβαινε στο παρελθόν, αλλά με την ύπαρξη συγκεκριμένων ορόσημων και εξέλιξης, άρα και στόχων. Αυτό λοιπόν το οποίο κοιτάζουμε είναι τα ορόσημα και οι στόχοι που βρίσκονται στη συγκεκριμένη περίπτωση στο παράρτημα του φακέλου. Κοιτάζουμε όλες τις λεπτομέρειες οι οποίες είναι δημοσιοποιημένες για να δούμε αν καλύπτονται αυτά τα ορόσημα και οι στόχοι. Η Επιτροπή στη συνέχεια εκδίδει την προκαταρκτική αξιολόγηση, την προκαταρκτική εκτίμηση, έγινε την Παρασκευή και αποστέλλεται στην Επιτροπή Χρηματοπιστωτικής και υπάρχει και άλλη μία επιτροπή επίσης, τρεις επιτροπές στο σύνολο και αν όλα πάνε καλά, η πληρωμή θα εγκριθεί και ελπίζουμε ότι η πληρωμή θα καταβληθεί στη συνέχεια, μερικές μέρες μετά. Άρα στις αρχές του επόμενου έτου. Λίγα λόγια όσον αφορά το περιεχόμενο αυτής της αίτησης για πληρωμή. Δεν θα υπεσέλθω σε λεπτομέρειες. Είχε καθιερωθεί δύο κανάλια τα οποία θα υποστηρίξουν τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις και τις επενδύσεις οι οποίες θα γίνουν.
Channels are actually expected to support SME financing. And then there was a target for loan contracts to be signed of 586 million euros, and this was overachieved, and this is the target that allowed to bring this payment request forward. Under the green pillar, and interestingly, this was not mentioned by Mr. Voivod, what I find the most important reforms and investments. There were two very important and demanding milestones which focused on the use and investment licensing of renewable energy. Now, this is extremely important, obviously, in the current context, and these so there is the support scheme, a new support scheme which will be financially viable, with also a so-called guarantees of origin trademark, which will guarantee that to customers that energy is produced from green sources. And investment licensing has been simplified to allow for what has been an adoption process or an approval process of 5 years up to now. This is expected to accelerate to just over 1 year. So extremely good progress. And we expect this to contribute to an increase in the share of renewables from 21% in 2020 to the planned 35% by 2030. So this is a very important step. Then there were two important reforms in the area of sustainable transport. First of all, the reorganization of the railway sector, which in the Commission's view is critical for effective investment in this sector. And this is, of course, a sector which is also receiving quite some EU structural funds, and also there is also some funds under the RRP going forward. And the absorption has been historically very low, so we do have some hope that this reorganization will help increase the absorption. And another important reform was the opening up of the public bus transportation market, which is expected to contribute to a more competitive market with transparent public procurement procedures, which will enable bus companies to securely invest in greener public transport vehicles and to promote high quality services. Now, under digital, and this was mentioned before, SME support schemes, there were two important milestones for the voucher scheme, which is expected to support digital investment by about 100,000 SMEs. And the other support scheme on smart manufacturing, which will help a number of small and medium-sized enterprises to upgrade their manufacturing equipment to smart technology, state-of-the-art technologies. And then also in the social area, a new lifelong learning framework has been established, which is expected to train 500,000 employed and unemployed persons over the next 3 years, and also including highly demanded digital and green skills. And a new personal assistance scheme for persons with disability, for which now a pilot has been set up, and this is expected to be rolled out in the coming years. And then, of course, institutional reforms and business environment reforms. One reform under institutional reforms that I think is very important is the interconnection of companies' cash registers with the tax authority, which is a measure that has been contributing to whitening the economy, not greening. But this is an important measure to reduce significantly the VAT gap. And business environment measures, there are some important reforms, tax and other incentives to allow firms to increase their size and improve their capacity to export, new legal framework to attract strategic investment, an improved regulatory framework for the development, licensing, and commercial exploitation of tourism facilities. Tourism being, of course, one of the most important sectors in the Greek economy. So overall, a very balanced and very good progress. And also, as I said, very good performance so far. Now, maybe just a couple of words looking ahead. As also Mr. Voivod mentioned, the plan is increasingly shifting towards the deployment of investment on the ground. And this will obviously involve coordination, as also mentioned by the previous speaker, coordination with local stakeholders and local implementing bodies. Now, this has not really been the strength of the Greek administration in the past, but I must say, and also at this place, big thanks to our counterparts in the RRF agency for the excellent cooperation so far, and also excellent central coordination of the plan so far. So I trust you can also make it work when it comes to the next step, and looking forward to continue cooperation.
Thank you very much. Allow me to give the floor to Mr. Savic, who came from Croatia, to explain why they are one of the front runners as Greece.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, thank you for recognizing Croatia doing a great job, and I'm really thankful for the organizers for calling me to be here with you. The idea is to have a short presentation to show you the experience which we have so far gained in Croatia. My name is Zvonimir Savic. I'm special advisor to the Prime Minister for the economic issues in the Office of the Prime Minister. Basically, my responsibility is or was to prepare, together with our institutions, recovery plan and to monitor the implementation of that jointly and together with the Ministry of Finance. We in Croatia have allocation, talking about the grants component, 5.5 billion euros. It was 6.3 basically prior to cutting that amount because of our fast GDP growth a year ago, but nevertheless, those 5.5 billion euros of grants, it's approximately 10% of Croatia's GDP. It's basically comparable to the allocation you have in Greece, so we have really something in common, and that common is really motivation to implement the plan as soon as efficient as possible. Talking about Croatia, we are currently in a position that we received pre-financing. This is the first green column here in the presentation. We have submitted the first request for payment. We received the first tranche, is the second column here in this slide, and currently we are just waiting for the next few days to receive the second payment request, so funds from the second payment request. In that respect, basically we would reach then approximately 40% of the total allocation for Croatia in our recovery resilience plan. But in order to receive that, of course, as you already know, we and any other country in the EU are in a position to deliver a bunch of reforms and investments which would correspond to our request for receiving the payment. Basically, this is an overview of a Croatian distribution of 372 indicators until the mid-2026. That means that we have 145 milestones which refer to the reforms we are obliged to do in various sectors, and 227 targets. That means investments we should provide until that deadline. Red column is basically the number of reforms, laws, strategy, etc. we have to fulfill in a certain period of time. For example, when it's written first half of 2022, this is the number of reforms we should finalize or deliver until the mid-2022. So basically, we have done that. This is for the first half of this year. We fulfilled all the indicators, all the reforms, all the investments, and we were in position to send the second payment request. Our strategy in Croatia is to fulfill all reforms and all investments in some period, and then we are going to send the request for payment. This is we are conveying to all line ministries and institutions involved in the recovery plan. That means if somebody in the line ministries, in the institutions, will not be able to deliver the milestone or investments on time, we will stop and wait. So basically, we will not be in a position to ask for a payment, and then expect the others will wait for receiving the payment. So in our case, it's a huge motivation for the activities, and having in mind that we have a huge political support for implementing the reforms. There are a number of reforms in various sectors, in the health, labor market, etc., which we would otherwise not be in a position to deliver if we hadn't have such an instrument. So basically, so far, we have fulfilled the reforms in the first for the first payment and the second payment request. So it accumulates up to 35% of the total reforms we envisaged in our recovery plan. 35%. So each and every reform in each and every field was fulfilled. So for us in Croatia, basically it's a huge success. We will never had a situation that we fulfilled everything which we obliged to. Maybe you can even notice that on the red columns, we are front-loading reforms as much as possible because of the political situation. Now we have a stable political situation, elections are far, so we decided to put as much reforms as possible at the beginning to be able to have funds smoothly running for financing the investments, and investments are on the blue column. Blue column is basically the number of investments which are due to be fulfilled in order to reach the target. Our plan until the end of this year to fulfill all the requests, all the obligations for sending the third payment. So this is our plan. When we fulfill all reforms and all investments, and we will fulfill them all, we will be in a position that basically almost 50% of all reforms will be fulfilled. This is really huge success for our administration because we have a huge and strong leverage from the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance, really taking the position of, I wouldn't say power, I will say knowledge and the power to influence positively on the administration to fulfill and deliver the results. I told you a little bit about the reforms. This is something very interesting for Greece and Croatia. This is the assessment of the European Court of Auditors, published recently, where you can see to which extent some countries addressed reforms stated in the country-specific recommendations in recovery and resilience plan. So basically, if it's substantially addressed, it's a good message. There are a couple of countries which were analyzed, among others Croatia, and you can notice that all of our country-specific recommendations were substantially in full addressed in our Croatian National Recovery Plan. So we put everything because we knew this is the unique opportunity to be in a position to implement all the reforms in the labor market, in the law, in the water sector, in the energy sector, in the tourism sector, under the coverage of the recovery plan. In some countries, it was not the case. It might be the message that in some countries it might be a little bit more easier to implement the reforms. Some countries refused to put some reforms in the recovery plan, but basically you and we in Croatia decided the opposite, to put everything we could in our plan. And finally, talking about the investments, this is the situation in Croatia. As far as I understood you, in Greece, 2/3 of the investments are already running. In Croatia, our plan is as such. So our plan, recovery plan, as a document, is worth 6.3 billion euros as a document, because we thought we would have 6.3 billion euros as an allocation, but unfortunately the Commission decided the opposite because our strong economic growth, but nevertheless, we have this plan. So we have a plan to have until the end of this year tenders in the public calls, financial instruments, grants, you name it, in the amount of 71% of the total allocation of the recovery plan. So far, at the beginning of November, we reached 35% of the total allocation of the recovery plan under the public calls, tenders, financial instruments. Some of them are already finalized, and some of them are in progress. The plan until the end of this year is to get additional 30% of the tenders. That means to reach 71% of the total allocation of the recovery plan under the public calls, financial instruments, tender, grants. So this is the idea. Basically, if you ask me a year ago, would it be achievable? The answer would be pretty much the negative one. But we really noticed that as the months have passed, we gained in the momentum and in the success of the implementing the recovery plan. In the next slide, you will see that momentum. You can see here all EU countries. They are here in the first line. Here you can see the steps in the preparation and implementation of the recovery plan. The first row is a submission of the plan. If you have a boxed here color, that means that country has submitted the recovery plan. Second row is that the plan is endorsed by the Commission. Third row is that the country has received the pre-financing. Then the operational agreement signed. Then the country sent the first payment request. First payment request was disbursed. Then the second payment request. You can really notice that over the time, some countries are lagging behind. The moral of this story is not to see who is lagging behind, but to gain strength and confidence that our countries can remain at the top of the list, and basically this is the motivation for the national administration. Here you can see the position of Croatia. We were 16th when we submitted the recovery plan. Basically that means nothing because we were 3 weeks lagging behind the Portugal who was first. The Greece was second. Then the plan was endorsed by the Commission. As you can notice, basically the Greece is always among the top 5 best performing countries, and this was also motivation for us. Then you were the fourth country which received the pre-financing. We were 15th. Then you were signed operational agreement. You were 4th in the EU. We were 7th. So we were slowly behind to catch up with you. Then you send the first payment request. You were 3rd in the EU. We noticed that. So we gained the speed. So we were 6th in the EU to send the first payment request. Then you were 3rd in the disbursement of the first payment request. We were 6th. Then we gained additional speed to catch you up. And then we were the 3rd country after Spain in Italy to send the second payment request. Maybe 10 days after Croatia, you submitted the second payment request. So the moral of the story is to remain at the top position. Maybe it's not so important whether we are 3rd, 5th, 6th, or 7th, but basically to catch up with the dynamic of implementing the reforms. When you sent the first payment request, we were lagging behind you some month and a half. Now we are 10 days ahead of you. But don't you worry. We will be the 3rd one to receive the second payment, and you will be the 4th one to receive the second payment. Portugal will be running behind us. So my wish basically is that both of our countries remain here, somewhere about top 3 or top 5 performing countries. You are smiling, that means you are confirming what I'm saying. So basically, this slide I'm also showing to our institutions in Croatia with the message. Croatia was for years in the EU lagging behind in a various field. 3rd for the bottom, 4th from the bottom. But when you show national administration that we can succeed, that we can push forward, that we can fulfill everything which we were obliged to do, this is a motivation for our administration. In Croatia, nobody wants to be in a position not to fulfill indicators. So currently our success rate is 100%, and it should remain on that way. How can we keep in touch with that demanding task to our line ministries given to them by the Office of the Prime Minister is the organizational structure. So basically, just briefly to see, it's not the idea to go into the deep details, but just for you to see and to feel how we organized ourselves. Basically, since the Prime Minister was the person who negotiated the cohesion policy in Croatia and the recovery plan, that means recovery facility, he is responsible basically for that. We have 10% of the 10% of our GDP is the grant allocation for the recovery plan, and for the cohesion policy of the EU, it's a 17%. On both those two fields, Croatia is basically at the top of the list, besides Greece. So we know that in Croatia, we are in a unique position. We will never be in a position that in the upcoming 100 years, we would be at the top of the list in terms of potentially receiving huge amount of money for implementation of our reforms and investments. So we decided, Prime Minister decided to be at the top of the pyramid. We have a government steering board. Once a month, the Prime Minister by himself is presenting the achievements of the implementation of the recovery plan. I'm preparing that, and he is explaining that on the government. The minister who is lagging behind immediately has a separate meeting with the Prime Minister to see what can be done to remain in the office and to improve the fastness of implementation of the reforms in that various ministries. Then we have the implementation committee. Those are state secretaries in the line ministries. Coordinating body is within the Ministry of Finance, and the body responsible for the payment claim is in the Ministry of Finance. We have a number of ministries involved in the components of our recovery plan. Our recovery plan is divided in one block. It's the economy. That means the water sector, energy sector, tourism, agriculture, private sector. 30% of our allocation of the recovery plan is dedicated somehow directly to the private sector, either in the form of grants, either in forms of financial instruments, but it's quite a huge amount. Then the second block is public administration, education, science, and research. Third one, labor market and social protection. Fourth column. Fifth is the health sector. And number 6, it's specifically for Croatia, it's basically renovation of buildings, and part of that is going to the earthquake reconstruction because we had an earthquake a couple of years ago. We have, of course, bodies for the subcomponents. We have implementing bodies. So just for you to see, there is a huge administration system based on what we have already had in the implementation of the cohesion policy. But having lots of sheep around, you need something to keep them aligned. That's why we decided that the overall coordination should be done by the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance, and it proved to be extremely efficient. So the only contact point we have from the line ministries to the European Commission, the only contact point is me and the State Secretary from the Ministry of Finance. No communication beside, only through us. And the communication with the Commission is really intensive. When we prepared our national recovery plan, in the preparation phase, from the beginning until the end was at the beginning of May last year, we had, I was counting, 89 meetings with the Commission. Myself, Ministry of Finance, our line ministries in the Commission, 89. It's a brain damage, but so far I'm feeling good. So basically I wanted to say we had a huge and intensive cooperation with the Commission, intensive communication with our line ministries. Overall coordination is done by the Office of the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Basically in Croatian terms, it proved to be very good, extremely good, because so far our success rate is 100%. I know that we will not always be in a position to have a success rate 100%, but so far, I really have to admit I'm pretty much satisfied with the investments and reforms we have fulfilled so far. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Savic. Ms. Aranitou. Yeah, okay. So a very important part of the RRF plan is about SMEs. No.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, my name is Valia Aranitou. I'm the scientific director of the Institute of Small Businesses and Commerce and of the social partner SA. And at the same time, I'm the professor in University of Athens of Economic Sociology. So thank you very much for the invitation. And it is a very good opportunity for me to say some words concerning the participation of SMEs in the RR plan. However, before talking about the funding of SMEs, I would like, and it's important to discuss more generally on the economic development model we need as a country, and more specifically in the structure of entrepreneurship that we have in Greece, and it is an entrepreneurship characterized by a very, very big number of very small businesses. And of course, the question is, how can these small businesses can participate in all these effort that our country is doing right now? It is true that Pisaridis' report and even McKinsey report 10 years before, ahead, attempt such an effort. But in all these reports, SMEs in the reality were absent. There was not there. Before starting to say one or two ideas about this, give me the opportunity to say something more about the horizontal public initiatives that are necessary for the implementation of all this effort. Let's give you an example. The famous digitalization. Did this effort and the adoption reduce of bureaucracy? No. Why? Because all these papers are digital now, but the number of papers that you need to work in the business remains the same. Or, for instance, can businesses in the center of Athens, even in the center of Athens, can use the digitalization changement? No, because, for example, the digital fiber is not working, and the internet in the center of Athens is very slow. So we need some basic public initiative, horizontal public initiative, to continue the private initiatives. Now, what about SMEs and the RRP? There is a small confusion here, and this is what I would like to clarify. According to the recent research of National Bank of Greece, SMEs remain determined to proceed in the development path of the recovery fund. But the definition that they use for the SMEs is the one that the turnover of them is less than 1 million euro. So the SMEs that participate to the RRP are only the big ones. What is the situation of the SMEs in Greece? The 90% of all the businesses in Greece are less than 9 people working in the business. But The 85% have less than 4 people, 4 workers in the business. So we see and we read and that SMEs participate to this effort, but finally, the biggest amount of them, they cannot use the money of this funding. Therefore, the majority of small and medium-sized enterprises are outside of the bank lending due to obligations and outstandings. I will give you an example. Out of 850,000 businesses that we have in Greece, only 50,000 of them are considering eligible for loans. From them, 500 are large, 4,500 are medium, and 45,000 are small ones. So you can understand that all the small ones they cannot participate because they cannot reach the loans from the banks. In practice, only large companies can be financed by the banking system, which means that only them can get loans from the recovery fund. And if, for example, finally, a small business can get in the system, the problems are not stopping there. Those small or very small businesses that manage to pass the scope of the initial selection face the following dilemma. Should they proceed with borrowing through the recovery fund or finally take a banking business loan? Because, as banking agents explain, small businesses' investments are usually low budget. And why they have this dilemma? Because in many of these cases, the cost of joining a recovery fund loan is very high. They need about 15 or 20,000 euro, just expensive to participate to this effort. Thus, the cost for third parties distribute the benefit of the reduced interest rate for small investments, while there is always the risk that the plan for the recovery fund will not be approved at the end. And I would like to give you an example. What's the situation right now for the SMEs? The digital tool voucher that somebody said before, it is very, very small. What? Ah, okay, thank you. It is really very small. The subsidy given for the smallest enterprises from the micro category is extremely small. It's 900 euro. The voucher, it is 900 euro. So what can you do with, as you said before, it is not sustainable. You cannot continue have digitalization in your company if the amount that you take is so small. And all the programs, not only of the recovery fund that we know a little bit, but also from the ESPA, need to have more than 5 working people in the business. Less of 5 people in the company, with less of 5 people in the company, you cannot participate, even in the ESPA, either in the RRF plan. So the question is, can we talk again? Can we see a little bit the criteria for the SMEs? Because we say SMEs, but we exclude the largest amount of them. in all the different, in commerce, in all the different sectors of SMEs. So what we want to say here is that the transformation that we want to do in Greek economy has to include this big part of entrepreneurship in Greece. And we have time to change a little bit the criteria and to give a bigger amounts in each company to follow the digital transformation. And I'm talking especially about this. So thank you for this. I hope that with this intervention, something will change about the small, medium sizes. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reiner. The floor is yours, and I think you have some insights for urban projects.
Thank you. I have a presentation. It's about 2 slides, basically. Can we see the slides, please? Okay, I will start. On behalf of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, I would like to thank the European Commission, the National Recovery and Resilience Facility Agency, and the IOBE for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to participate in today's workshop. There is no doubt that this workshop comes at a very critical moment as Europe is dealing with the energy and economic crisis. Greece, along with other member states, is now moving ahead with the implementation of its ambitious plan. My intervention concerns the implementation of some of the key reforms under the green transition pillar. Can we move to the next slide, please? And more specifically, the ongoing procedures for the preparation of urban plans and implementation of spatial policy reform. Here we see the different key reforms under the Greek transition plan. And I should mention that in the various departments, committees, and working groups of the Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, we are dealing with almost all of the reforms of the plan. Our Special Planning Committee Our Special Planning Committee has always supported the need to complete the spatial planning in the country. Business want prompt and trustworthy information on land use. As you may know, today, until today, there is no institutionalized land uses in almost 70% of the country, and this lack leads to a weakness in implementing useful development tools and incentives to accelerate both public and private investments, and also protect the environment. For us, the reform is a crucial parameter to the sustainable growth and well-being, both at local and national level. The implementation of local plans will clarify and regulate the institutional framework for allocation and construction of all types of projects and infrastructures, the protection of the environment, and the definition of measures to mitigate and adapt to climate change. By the end of the program, almost 4/5 of the country will have modern land uses, building terms, regulation and restrictions, clearly defined protection areas, areas for the development of productive activities, especially in the sectors of industry, renewable energy sources, and circular economy. It is therefore perceived that the utility of these plans is indisputable. Proceeding with the current implementation status of the program for urban plans, in the map we see the progress of public tenders for the assignment of urban planning studies. The first phase, which started in October 2021, has 17 contracts for 62 municipal units, and today only a few of them have proceeded with a special study procedure. The second phase which started officially in July 2022, has 136 contracts for 437 municipal units. These include 8 special urban plan studies that have not been subject to a tender process yet. The third and fourth phase has about 79 contracts for 286 municipal units, which also have not been subject to a tender process yet. Here we see and the milestones. Until the end of the year, we have to tender 30% of all contracts. There are about 100 contemporary contractors from the first and second phases, but the final contracts award should be proceed to begin the studies and the spatial analysis. I must mention that except for local and special urban plans, there are 3 additional spatial interventions for the definition of development rights, draft and zone, the delimitation of settlements, and the characterization of municipal roads. 2 of them are currently under tender procedure, but only 1 contract is provided for each, so they have not essential road in the intermediate milestones that we are interested in now. Looking at the current results, it seems that significant efforts will have to be made in the next year to reach the final award of all of the contracts, especially for the urban plans that have not been through a tender process. Ending the presentations, I would like to refer to the reform for the establishment of new spatial planning frameworks for renewable energy, industry, tourism, and aquaculture. These are strategic plans that can have binding regulations by the at the national level. 3 of them are already in preparation, and 2 of them are expected to be institutionalized in 2023. So it's unclear if this measure is related to the assessment or review of the new plans, because these plans are currently under procedures. Since the Commission invites the Member States to add to their existing recovery and resilience plans a dedicated chapter with new actions to deliver on the Repowered EU objectives, an idea would be to include all the necessary adaptations of the spatial planning frameworks for industry and renewable energy resources to this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we open up too many issues here, and the plan was for you in the audience to have, to be able to make some questions, but I feel that we don't have much time anymore, so why don't you meet them during the coffee break to ask them directly whatever you want to ask them. Thank you very much, and please be back at 12:10. Thank you very much.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country, changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country, changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
we may return to our seats now and go forward. Good afternoon. I'm John Papageorgiou, EU Affairs reporter at the Athens Radio and head of the Athens Digest, and I welcome you to our second session of this, second panel of this workshop. What we're going to do now, we will focus on how Greece's RRP addresses the social challenges of the Greek economy and how we can put forward an inclusive and sustainable growth model. Just some data in order to trigger the discussion. More than 5 billion will be made available during the 2021-2026 period. Some of them have been disbursed or will be, hopefully shortly. Supported measures include, among others, the restructuring and strengthening of what we called OAEV, now we call DIPA, the Public Employment Service. 70,000 new full-time jobs will be created. We will provide training to more than 600,000 people, including long-term unemployed, refugees, persons with disabilities, Roma. The RRP has a target to create more than 53 new early childcare places. And this supports female employment as well. And moreover, education and health system is supporting with additional funding over and above of 1.5 billion that has been available through the European Social Fund, and Mr. Paquet knows that well. Having said that, let me introduce you our distinguished speakers. Via connection, we will we will discuss with Mr. Thanasis Kontogiorgis. He is the Secretary General for the coordination of the Greek government. Mr. Patrick Paquet is Head of Unit on Greece at the DG Employment and Social Inclusion at the European Commission, and we need his experience. Mr. Ilias Kikilias is a General Manager of INSETE, it's the Greek Tourism Confederation Institute. The research director at the Aneosis. I don't want to spend any more time in order to have time for a short Q&A session. Mr. Kontogiorgis, I hope we may see you and you can take the floor.
Thank you, Yanis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry that a minor health issue prevents me from being with you. I would like to thank the event organizers for inviting me, and especially colleagues from the European Commission who are there present. With some of them, like Julia Lenvai and Chris Allen, we worked productively together for the successful completion of the enhanced surveillance program, and now, of course, for the RP. And with others, we worked together in the years of the first two memoranda. And I'm really happy and proud of the progress we have made, and the fact that now, at the end of 2022, although we have been facing unprecedented crisis, we can still be, I would say, optimistic about our common European future. Now, in 2019, when the current government came to power, Prime Minister Mitsotakis pledged that it would work for an inclusive and sustainable development that benefits all citizens and leaves no one behind. A detailed action plan was in place, comprising a series of important reforms, starting immediately by establishing the presidency of the government. The General Secretariat of Coordination is part of the presidency, and institutional procedures for programming, designing, monitoring, and even evaluating public policies. At that time, the Prime Minister, I would say, did not only express a personal or political party vision of how Greece should move forward. The country was, as you may remember, at the crossroads. striving to regain its strength after a decade of crisis. The pandemic that followed, despite its heavy fiscal burden, demanding governance, and I would say increased social insecurity and disruption, didn't divert the government from implementing its reform plan. On the contrary, several reforms like the digital state, the simplification of the business environment, the second chance law were even accelerated to help with the pandemic conditions. During that time, among others, national policy plans of social content were launched, like the National Action Plan for the Rights of Persons with Disability and the one for the rights of children. A number of policies, such as new curricula, if you remember, in education and vocational education and training, a framework against undeclared work, which was actually part of the enhanced surveillance program, and of course, house and work for the homeless were prioritized and legislated and even started out. When the RRF was established, both, I would say, the timing and the content match were ideal. The political plan of the government had already been in place, but it is true that this latest crisis, the pandemic, could threaten the country to return to hardship or at least slow down its progress. So the time frame and resources of the RRF helped us stay on track, secure, and in cases, improve policy implementation. It is no secret that Greece has been underperforming for decades in international indicators for basic issues of social development, such as gender equality, quality of education, youth welfare and opportunities, child protection, implementation of the UN Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disability, persisting issues such as low employment and high employment in women and youth, low accessibility and employment for the disabled, low educational performance, I refer to the PISA index, and an obsolete child welfare system have been part of previous recommendations and reports of international institutions, the European Commission, as well as the PISARIDIS report. A costly consequence of these issues is the toll they take on economic growth by tapping a significant part of the national and human resources. In order to tackle them, we decided to attribute in a way special value to social inclusion and resilience while designing the national RRP. The social pillar of our RRP projects operates in a way complementary to the already existing national reform program and entails a big overall investment oriented to employment, education, health and social cohesion, where services and training for the workforce are modernized and become relevant to the economy through, Yanis mentioned this before, restructuring and rebranding the public employment service, reforming the mutual obligations framework between VIPA, XOAED, and the job seeker, with active labor market policies and new lifelong learning framework and training programs for, I think, over 500,000 participants. Quality education and vocational training create a more competitive and versatile workforce with particular emphasis on the participation of social partners, the creation of model vocational schools, thematic experimental institutes of vocational training through the reinforcement and the expansion, a very big expansion of the network of model experimental school units, evaluation of the educational work and teachers, streamlining funding in universities, supporting the internationalization agenda. Minister Kerameos is working really hard on this, enhancing the autonomy, strengthening accountability and transparency procedure, and of course promote excavation, innovation, research. Health is structurally, I would say, reform in all subsectors, as the RRP projects help improve infrastructures, have a very big chunk of the infrastructure projects, and the effectiveness of the NHS. This includes measures and reforms to strengthen public health, prevention and early diagnosis of diseases, as well as policies to provide more and better mental health and home care services in order to support transition towards a stronger primary care sector and the rationalization of pharmaceutical expenditure and pharmaceutical R&D support. Social cohesion, ladies and gentlemen, is preserved through addressing the needs of more vulnerable social groups, prevented from exercising their rights. Many different social groups are supported by the Greek RRP, namely women, youth and elderly, people with disability, the mentally ill, Roma, underprivileged children, the homeless, and people living in poor conditions, and of course refugees and the LGBTQ community. The main target is to leave no one behind and to help those who can to participate in the workforce. Social policies that do not link the beneficiaries with the job market include for children the institutionalization of minors to foster homes and shelters. I think it's a quite current topic, unfortunately now, have some incidents in Athens. Quality nursery care, prioritizing the underprivileged children, and of course social integration. For the elderly, an emphasis is given to services addressing dementia and Alzheimer's for both patients and carers, but active aging is also promoted by developing a framework for digital literacy for older people. For disabled persons needing supported living, home care for the chronically ill and the tertiary prevention of disability are in the RRP, together with digitalization of important services like the disability card, which is actually now running. Importantly, the RRP assists also young people, persons with disability, refugees, and I would say particularly women to enter or remain in the job market. These measures complement a broader plan to reform elements that make Greece lag behind gender equality indexes. I think it is necessary to say that steps are being made. A recent one being that Greece is among the, I think, less than 15 countries in the world with full legal equality between women and men, and a comprehensive set of pro-gender equality policies is described in the relevant national action plan. Thus, given the persisting caregiving imbalance in the family, which prevents them from entering or returning to the labor market, women are expected to benefit directly from the completion and staffing of at least 50,000 new early childcare places, 120 childcare facilities in large companies, the personal assistance in disability, because here there is a double benefit for women, as they are most likely the caregivers of disabled relatives, and through the PA scheme, they can either be relieved of the daily responsibility and seek for work, or be acknowledged and paid for their services. And of course, skilling and upskilling programs for women and for businesses to promote women's employment. I don't want to forget that women in their workplace, along with the LGBTQI community, are also expected to benefit by the RRP training program for the acceptance and promotion of diversity at work for around 700,000 managers and employees, front office employees. To conclude, beyond the green and digital transitions, the RRP is, and I think will continue to be in the future, a valuable tool to help implement the country's plan for social development and cohesion, to support social groups that frequently fall off the safety net, and to gather all strengths and resources for the country's sustainable and, I would say, ambitious way forward. Thank you very much.
We thank you. And let's move forward to Mr. Paquet. I said that your experience is valuable here and useful because it's not only the RRF funds, they come additionally, or they build on existing EU financing instruments, and you do have experience on this. So you take the floor.
All the mics are there, sorry. So good morning to all. Many thanks for organizing this conference and inviting also DG Employment to be part of the discussion on this social inclusion component in the recovery fund, which is a hugely important one indeed. Myself, I'm in DG Employment, and, where we traditionally deal with the European Social Fund, and we continue to, but we were also an associated service to the preparation and now for the implementation of the Recovery and Resilience Fund. And this is indeed, first of all, a huge opportunity, which we are very much aware of. Just to give you the overall picture, on the side of the RF, it was mentioned in all the tables, we have 5.2 billion in the perimeter of the social agenda, health included. In the similar perimeter, in the cohesion policy funds for the new period, which has started for 21-27, and this including the European Social Fund, but also the regional fund and the cohesion fund, and the Just Transition Fund, we have 7.2 billion. So that's the order of magnitude. Altogether, more than 12 billion euros that needs to be coherently implemented, because the timing overlaps a lot, but also obviously the topics. Now, what have we thought through together with the colleagues in other services, and certainly with the Greek authorities first and foremost, is to have an overall single plan for that. There should not be parallel plans or divergent plans. And here, that was an excellent news in the case of Greece, that in parallel to the preparation of the recovery plan, which was delivered in June 2021, the following months, in July 2021, Greece was, and by far, the first member state to adopt its partnership agreement, which is the starting point for the new programming period, the ESPA, as it is well known here. So we have the Greece 2.0 and the ESPA 2.0, which were delivered essentially at the same time. The other reason why it's so important is that in the RP, this is reforms and investments, and we very much in DG Employment like also reforms to materialize, and I would say precede investment, accompany investment to make them more impactful. So we were very happy that the whole plan allows us to gather all the Commission services to monitor really these policy developments and to have all attention at the highest level in Greece on these important reforms that were just mentioned by the previous speakers, one after the other. They will be closely scrutinized. And then they will have also a bearing on how we can better use the ESF money. So I have a few slides, but I will just use them as a background to what I will say. What is it that we want to do with these more than 12.5 billion euros available? Well, it's a promotion of a social cohesion in a context of the string of crises which have deepened inequalities here in Greece, both at national and regional level. Maybe where there is the first complementarity, which we will really try to tap in, is this point. Obviously, the RF will also work across Greece, but the cohesion funds have a particular mandate to make sure that regional disparities are curbed. I think this is where we can tap first in complementarities. But that is also good to have a compass, a perspective, and here as part of the European Pillar of Social Rights, the action plan, it was agreed at the Porto Summit 1 year ago that member states would establish clear targets for 2030 in the areas of employment and social policy. Here they are for Greece. I listed them. Many of you are familiar with them. But this is quite a huge endeavor. at least 71.1% of the population in employment means an increase by 10 percentage points. At least 40% of all adults in education and training and learning every year. That's more than doubling what is happening now. And obviously, not least after this string of crises, we need to have the ambition to reduce poverty in Greece. So taking these 3 points one after the other, let's just look into how we can mobilize both RRF and ESF and make the difference. On the labor market, I will not go into the figures, they are here, but it's very important that the RRF is investing in key reforms to modernize and simplify the labor law, but also delivery of active labor market policies. And at the heart of this are the reforms of the Public Employment Service, DIPA, but also the digital transformation of the whole scene in labor. We listed the measures. The ESF itself will build on that, systemic reforms, but obviously our role is really to have in mind also at more, as you say, economists, at granular level, all the different categories of vulnerable people to facilitate the access to the labor market. Where I want to focus is in particular young people. Here, the proportions are a bit different. We have a chunk of the RRP, some 70 million, which will go for job placements for young people. In the European Social Fund, we still have, under the current period of funding, more than 250 million to finalize implementing. And in a new period, we have 750 million to mobilize. So that's what we have. And I'm mentioning this because it means a huge burden and also for the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, our partner here. What we would really like them is, in all these sectors, to continue working in parallel. It was good to develop the strategy. And in the case of the young people, the youth strategy and the action plan following the reinforced youth guarantee are almost ready, will be finalized very shortly. We're looking forward to that. But it's really important that when they set out their work program for the year, they always work both on implementing here the 70 million euros of RRF, but also expedite the other funding. Why? Because bizarrely, Greece has been slow in implementing support to young people in employment and in their skilling, although it's a country with one of the highest unemployment for young people. So we need to really address this issue. And one of the means, and that's valid for all the groups, is the quality of the reforms. And where we put the emphasis is that with the reformed Public Employment Service, to be able to deliver individualized measures and very much driven by an integrated approach. That a person who comes to the services, old or young, also women, also belonging to vulnerable groups, need to have an individualized counseling and an approach by which, step by step, they will be brought back or into the labor market. This is very much tied into skills and education. The main issues in Greece are around skills mismatches. And I think there is what we have now, the situation as we know it now, but anticipating on the next decade, the huge need to train the current workforce on digital and green skills to avoid that they would have competencies that become obsolete and a risk of losing their jobs. So it's a double challenge, I would say. This is why it's so important that the RF, that's the first area in which it will invest in social cohesion, is there to help with developing the lifelong learning strategy and implementing it. And also very much the digital upskilling, which is where Greece was lagging behind. Here, ESF will be prolonging that effort, but also building on the reforms that the RF will be promoting. But also on its side, the important point is inclusive education. And it starts in the RF, it will continue in the ESF, the development of early childhood education. In Greece, there was a huge reform that we contributed to fund in the past, which was the preschool years, which became compulsory after 4 years old. Now the ambition of the authorities is to have more and more children younger than 4 years old going in quality early childcare and education. So here, my main message is that we really need to have a strong skills forecasting mechanism so that all the curricula which are being developed, for instance, in green skills or in digital skills, also match the actual needs of the labor market. And what is very important, looking at my other members of the panel, is to develop partnerships with, for instance, social partners, with the industry, but also with the academia, so that this is really growing as a sector, because we don't have enough today capacity to train this workforce I was mentioning before. And last is the pure social protection and inclusion area. Here, again, the RF is starting very good reforms, in particular in the area of child protection. That's one of the single most important area that the RF will be helping, but also in general helping with the persons with disability. And targeted pilots on vulnerable people. So this is actually in ESF, the bread and butter of the program is to do a lot of social reforms. Here, specifically, the ESF is intervening mainly through the regional programs. So I think there will be good complements. What we want to achieve is that the RF helps to pilot things at national level, and then we can scale up, develop things at regional level. So here, clearly, one factor of success will be the good coordination between regional and national authorities, but also with other players, again, the social partners, but also civil society organizations, which can be very active at the local level, should be fully mobilized. Where we also see some challenges are, for instance, on the healthcare side, which is an important dimension of both RF and ESF, is the need to prepare a sufficient workforce for the healthcare. And this has been noted in the health surveillance report of last week. So many challenges ahead. I will maybe close now and just emphasize how much we were looking forward to this close cooperation in the coming years. When I mention all the good things of the RF, let me just also final point to note a risk with all this double funding. We need the line ministries to be able to cope with the pressure of advancing both. It's not a given, but it should really not result in either delays on the RF or in the ESF implementation. So all my encouragement to get this right. Thank you.
We thank you, Mr. Paquet. Mr. Kikilias, I think you want to use the podium, so in the meantime, I stress the need to take advantage of the RRP funding with regards to the tourism sector. We are expecting about 18 billion euros income this year from your sector. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I'm pleased to join the discussion, and first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. Just over 1 billion euros from the RRF resources are planned to be spent on training, actions for the labor force that is both unemployed and employed persons on the country. Let me describe briefly the new management system and the delivery model of training programs for the unemployed that are financed by these funds. And the respective reform the Secretary of General spoke about at the beginning of this session. According to the national RRP, the overall aim of Component 3.2, titled Education, Vocational Education and Training and Skills, is to effectively address current skills mismatch and create a direct link between qualifications and jobs. A few lines further down the text, it is mentioned that the reform titled A New Strategy for Lifelong Skilling, modernizing and upgrading Greece's upskilling and reskilling system will act as a cornerstone in the effective delivery of the upskilling and reskilling programs through a mechanism that is results-driven and return on investment oriented and an improved governance scheme. First of all, let me underline that as far as the labor force is concerned, a fundamental weakness in our country is the lack of a coherent, structured, and effective strategic plan regarding shortages and skills needs in the labor market in the medium and the long term. Obviously, this also concerns the available European resources, including the RRF. In short, how are we going to address current skill mismatches or the challenge of reskilling if we don't have a convincing answer as to exactly what those mismatches and reskilling needs are, at least those that will result from the projects already identified to be financed by the RRF. A year ago, in October 2021, the Ministry of Labour announced that 1 billion euros will be invested to train 500,000 citizens in basic digital skills and in subjects related to the green economy in order to be able to respond to the new demands of the labour market without, as we said before, knowing exactly what these demands are. A few months later, OAED, or DIPA, as is the new title of the Public Employment Service, started to implement the new training framework, launching a new system for the training of 120,000 unemployed persons. The basic lines of this new system are as follows. OAED created 3 registers for beneficiaries, training providers, and accreditation companies. Every registered unemployed person, out of almost 1 million in the register, has the right to submit an application, and the selection is done in priority order of submission of the application. First come, first served. Those selected are entitled to a voucher, with which they have the right to choose almost any program offered by the training providers who are included in their respective register and are either university institutions or licensed private companies. The only limitation concerns the educational level required by the respective courses. The unemployed are paid 5 euros for each hour of training, and the agencies 4.5 euros, 5.5 euros per hour. The training is only theoretical, that is, it does not include any on-the-job training in enterprises with a duration from 50 to 200 hours. After completing the course, the unemployed are entitled to 70% of their allowance and are required to participate in accreditation exams provided by 9 companies included in the respective register. This cost is covered by an additional voucher worth 110 euros. If they succeed, they will also receive the remaining 30% of their allowance. The training subjects concern either digital or green skills. OAED specified 30 broad categories of digital skills and 19 categories of green skills and invited providers to submit whatever specific training courses they wished within these categories. To give you an example of the broad and the generic nature of the categories, they include items such as basic digital office skills and applications, that is Word, Excel, Outlook, etc., project management, electronic commerce, or eco-design, green business, etc. In all categories, without exception, providers have the right to submit training courses with a duration of 50 to 200 hours, without specifying any additional criteria for the justification of the proposed duration. Of the 120,000 training places on offer, the original intention of the Ministry and OAED was half of the unemployed to be trained by universities and the other half by private providers. Despite the intentions, universities have so far attracted fewer than 5,000 applications, while private providers nearly 105,000. The vast majority of programs offered are mainly of general content and with the maximum allowed durations of 200 hours. In my view, the system is based on an unproductive and inefficient model. First of all, we do not know how the broad thematic categories of the training courses were determined and how it turns out that they relate to skills in high demand in the labor market, as OAED claims. Precisely because these categories are generic, the real result is that the agencies submit programs that, on the one hand, they already have them prepared, and on the other hand, their educational content is relatively easy. It is useful to add, by the way, that the significant expertise of the social partners, financed mostly by European funds, in the field of labor market needs and shortages has been completely ignored. Second, there is no actual process of selecting the unemployed and matching them to training courses. In practice, everybody can choose what they want as long as they are registered in the register of OAED and its educational level matches the course. Thirdly, the voucher system in combination with the rest of the features of the program unavoidably leads to the following market failures. Participants will collect the full 100% of the maximum training allowance under two conditions. Firstly, the program duration is the maximum allowed, that is 200 hours. And secondly, they succeed in the accreditation exams. By the way, it is useful to note that the amount of the allowance is higher than the minimum wage, while these programs are presented by the media as OAED allowance of 1,000 euros. Since beneficiaries can choose any provider they want, the system leads the whole training market, both universities and private providers, in offering easygoing and stress-free courses with a maximum duration in order to attract as many beneficiaries as possible and ensure the maximum financial return, both for businesses and the unemployed. That is what we call the maximum utility principle in economics. It's a win-win situation for both sides. In terms of social utility, however, things are quite different. To give you a simple example of the implications of the system on social utility and market failure, training courses for basic digital office skills and applications, Word, Excel, Outlook, etc., in the free market take about 80 to 100 hours. Since the system makes it possible to provide them with 200 hours, the income of the unemployed and providers is of course doubled, but the social cost is also doubled because twice as many beneficiaries could be trained with the same amount under the regular cost in the free market. Since 30% of the allowance depends on succeeding in the accreditation exams, where the voucher system is also applied, the unemployed person has every incentive to choose the provider that will guarantee him 100% success. The free, intense, and fierce competition of attracting the unemployed by the training and accreditation agencies, therefore, leads to grey partnerships between them so that they can guarantee to their clients 100% success. It is clear that the new system can hardly be considered as a cornerstone in the effective delivery of the upskilling and reskilling programs. The mechanism described is everything else but results-driven and return on investment oriented, and the governance scheme is certainly not improved. It is claimed that the RRF was explicitly modeled on the report of the Pisaridis Committee. I remember having many objections to the proposals that were in the relevant chapters of this report, of Pissarides' report, mainly with its simplistic viewpoint and its suffocating and state-centric perception, but a rational, though not efficient system was being described there. I took a second look at the respective chapter. I found only schematic similarities with the system implemented. Regarding finally the objectives of combating unemployment, the upgrading of skills and the growth of employability, I don't think I need to comment anything further. If we do not want another opportunity for real reform in a vital sector to be lost, however, there is still time to build a truly rational and effective system if we act swiftly. Thank you.
We do thank you, Mr. Kekilias. I am tempted to ask which are your proposals in order to tackle the problem you referred, but I think I don't have time to do, and I won't have time to do even after the initial remarks. Mr. Matsaganis, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I think we can all agree that the RRF is a huge opportunity, a unique opportunity for this country. One of the statistics that I find most striking is that investment in Greece fell by as much as 70% between 2007 and 2019, and public investment perhaps by 62%. While in the rest of the EU, it rose slightly, and in countries like Germany, it rose by, 26% perhaps over the 12 years from 2007 to 2019. So it is easy to see that the RRF represents, as I said, a huge opportunity. So we better not squander this opportunity. Most of us will agree that the National Recovery and Resilience Plan is competently drafted, which is good, but I don't think there is any room for complacency. To put it mildly, perhaps very mildly, the legacy of Greece in making good use of EU funding is not that great. I'll give you just one example. Over the last 20-25 years, the European Social Fund has transferred up to 25 billion euros. That's from the early 2000s to 2027. That includes the new funding period. The bulk of this was training, basically, vocational education and training, lifelong learning. If you contrast this huge inflow of funds, if you see it as a huge investment in skills, in the skills formation system of the country, if you also take into account that the share of university graduates, for instance, has risen enormously over the last 25 years, then you have to ask yourselves how you square this with the fact that Greece comes bottom of the league in terms of skills. The skills of current school students, PISA, for instance, the skills of adults, the results of the PIAC survey, CEDEFOP, even the skills of managers. If you take a look at the World Management Survey, you will note that even though Greek affiliates of multinational firms are as well run as I don't know, other affiliates in Germany, Sweden, whatever, domestic Greek firms are abysmally poorly run. And Greek managers do not even know how bad they are, right? Which is, I think it's a bit of a standard finding of these surveys. I don't think we appreciate how poorly we perform in terms of skills. So we need to ask ourselves, can we really use this opportunity, the emphasis on skills better than before? I think this is a challenge that we are facing. There are some indications that the problem, I don't think public opinion is aware. I don't think that political actors, social actors are aware of how bad the problem is. There are some signs that policymakers are not entirely unaware of the scale of the problem. And it's encouraging, for instance, that the government plans to overhaul vocational education and training and lifelong learning. I share some of the criticisms of the previous speaker. There is a risk that in the scramble for coming up with some kind of performance indicators, there is a risk of oversimplification and perhaps the risk of what economists call cream skimming, adverse selection. I can tell that this is a risk, but on the other hand, I think it's refreshing that we have started to think about the use of these funds. So far, training is not a great priority for Greek decision makers, and I include here firms. If you look at the share of Greek firms training their personnel, taking into account their size, because I know the objection that, yes, but Greek firms are small. Even if you focus on large firms, or if you account for size in some other way, you will see that Greek firms do not really believe in training. They train their personnel less than other firms of similar size elsewhere in Europe. So, if you take this into account, and if you also consider that in the general lack of belief in the virtues of skills, obviously Greeks are obsessed, Greek families, for instance, are obsessed with formal qualifications, but skills, I'm not so sure. So if you also consider that this lack of true belief in the value of learning useful stuff, right? If you couple this with the availability of huge amounts of money coming in that you can only use if you at least pretend that you train people, then it's not difficult to see what may arise. You may have situations in which opportunistic training providers pretend to train, with the result being that the multiplier, the Keynesian multiplier of spending on training is one. It's like a transfer of money. Now, can we prevent this from happening? Well, in order to do this, first we have to move away from complacency and acknowledge how bad we have done over the last 25 years. And I don't really see a growing awareness. I see public debate being preoccupied with the the fetish of absorption. You know, somehow it's a national priority to absorb European funds, not to use them well, no, to absorb them, right? And of course, there is a tension between the two because there are good government officials in all governments that I have had the chance of watching who are aware of the problem, and they try to raise the game, you know, to get private training providers to do a good job. And, you know, they come up against the obvious objection that, yes, but if you do that, the country will lose EU funding, right? So in the end, the obsession with maximizing absorption trumps efforts to ensure that the money is well spent. And I would like to sound the alarm that if we stop thinking in those terms, we will never get off the bottom of the league where we currently find ourselves. And on this happy note, I think I will stop for now and then perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Matsaganis. We all agree that the pretend and extend model doesn't work effectively. And let's go online again and meet again Mrs. Faye Makadasi, the Research Director at the Aneosis. I know that you have many figures and recent figures regarding how we can take advantage of the RRP funding. So the floor is yours. I need just 2 minutes for even one question to the General Secretary, so please give them to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou, for that address. And on behalf of the Aneosis, I would like to thank the three parts organizing this workshop, the European Commission, the Recovery and Resilience Agency in Greece, and IOBE. I would love to be with you, but unfortunately, I was hit by a virus, fortunately not by SARS-CoV-2. Okay, let me start by saying a couple of words about what the Aneosis has done with respect to the third pillar of RRP, and then making some remarks how we can maximize the outcome of these resources. Although after Professor Matsaganis' intervention, I'm tempted to tell something else. Okay, as for the thematic of the third pillar, the 3.1 section, increase jobs and promoting labor market participation, following also, following Nikos Vetas' introductory remarks about investment, and as we mentioned to our report for the Greek economy, we need investments that create new jobs that increase potential GDP and labor productivity, but increasing simultaneously the stock of physical capital. Let me remind you that since 2010, we had a disinvestment of 95 billion euros, but are we able to choose among investments? Well, of course, we want all the investments we can attract, but explicit emphasis should be led on the attraction of investments of a larger development footprint, such as investments in production equipment and in products of intellectual property rights, and investments in relative more labor-intensive sectors. The logic is that each unit of additional physical capital will create more new jobs and reducing more quickly the stock of unused resources called, well-known called unemployment, since we have one of the highest rates of unemployment in the European Union. An issue that needs also special concern is that at the beginning of economic crisis, there is a whole group of young Greeks who were between 20 and 24 years old who entering the labor market for the first time. They were facing a labor market in ruins with a skyrocket unemployment rate of 58% in 2013. And there is also a there was facing the reluctance of businesses to make new recruits. And at the same time, they were too romantic to remain in the country. And I think that we could claim that this group of young Greeks who is unfairly disadvantaged by circumstances in contrast to their peers who have left abroad and are currently receiving favorable tax treatment and other financial incentive for repatriation, we should give them special attention with adequate labor and financial support. As for the second section of the third pillar of RRF is concerned, the strengthening of the digital education and the modernization of VET, which absorbs about the half of the resources of the third pillar. Some interesting results indicative of the major need for reform in education and vocational training are that according to the European Skills Index, in terms of human resource skills, we are last in the EU. Only half of the graduates of vocational educational programs were employed in 2019. It's about, if I remember right, 22% of public expenditure on education is spent on teachers' wages. And one of the huge problems in Greece, not only in Greece, is the demographic problem. And in the problem, we have some tectonics inside. What I want to say is that over the next 20 years, the number of young people aged between 15 and 19 years old entering secondary and higher education is projected to fall by above 20%. And in Greece, the governance also of vocational and education and training structure is carried by a complex structure of councils, committees, bodies at national and regional level. Also, 1 out of 3 students choose vet school in secondary and education, and only 7% goes to the apprenticeship training centers, contrast to the EU average, which is 70%. As you can imagine, the bet to the upgrade vet studies and increase its attractiveness and social acceptance and overcome existing stereotypes is one of the most difficult ones. Concerning the third section, which has to do with strengthening the accessibility, efficiency, and quality of the health system, we have conducted a research study at the Aneosis entitled a new national health system, the reconstruction, to the existing national health system. We call it new since it is not enough to have some partial interventions. A holistic approach and vision are needed. A serious reform like the major reform of the early 80s. And to put it in a nutshell, it is a study that describes a modern decentralized public health system, putting emphasis on 3 things: the social equity, the economic sustainability, and the clinical efficiency. And this study ends up to policy proposals in 5 areas: in organization and administration, in financing, in human resources, hospital sector and in public health and primary care. About the implementation, we have seen actions taken for public health, such as the screening and obesity programs and the personal doctor that is part of our proposals of integrated of primary health care. And last but not least, regarding the fourth section of the third pillar, increasing access to effective and inclusive social policy, I totally believe that at the heart of this section should be the case of the early childhood education. Investing in early childhood education is the most neglected tier of education in Greece, with the highest return for a state. Preschool education in Greece for children aged 0 to 4 years old, is designed with a main focus on keeping children and caring for them in the absence of parents, rather than providing cognitive and socioeconomic, socio-emotional stimulation. The analysis created Kypseli, the HIVE program, which is a new framework for preschool education for these children. And the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs will pilot it by using RRF funds. However, it's not an easy task. It runs up against the trade unions education, who are against the extension of opening hours of this program. And last but not least, I would like to add that there are projects and actions in other pillars of RRP which are linked to social cohesion and vulnerable groups and should be prioritized. For example, 1 out of 6 households are unable to adequately heat their homes, according to Greek Statistical Authority. So priority should be given to upgrading housing in energy terms, in what has to do with the first pillar about green transition. And finally, in order to be precise and to give thorough answers on the progress of the reforms in Greece, it would be extremely useful to have a reform observatory set up by, of course, an independent authority. Such an observatory would provide a full, coherent and objective assessment of the progress of reforms, and would, among other things, promote real political debate on programs rather than extreme populism. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Makadasi. Obviously, there is no time for a round of questions, but as a journalist, I have to ask what comes next. So allow me to turn to Mr. Kontogiorgis and ask him, there is a revision in front of us in the framework of the RRF. Are there any thoughts regarding the upcoming reforms and the implementation of the scheme?
Yes. Yanni, modernization is a constant effort and pursuit, and our country, I think, experienced periods of significant reform efforts. The economic crisis was mainly a result of our own mistakes and brought back the need for persistent reforms. And although many had an element of cohesion within the framework of economic supervision programs, we have regained our self-reliance. This means that we have an obligation to advance a reform program of our own ownership, because we now have our fate in our hands. Therefore, it is imperative to continue on the path of reforms. This is why the Greek RRP is heavy on reforms. We wanted the Hellenic Republic to commit itself to implementing them. That is why we are seriously considering, within the context of the review of the RRP, to introduce more reforms building on those we are already implementing and taking into account the new conditions and challenges created by the war in Ukraine, especially for energy dependency issues, food safety, and the transformation of the primary sector. Regarding the social pillar, we will explore with the Commission the possibility of enriching the existing reform part of the RRP with further reforms. For example, we are now working on the optimization of the social benefit systems. We want to unify rules and benefits, increase the incentives for integration into work, and to have a transparent rule for increases in social benefits. We want to strengthen professional and private insurance. Of course, the new health map, critical reform, with a direct benefit to the citizen, as the reorganization of health structures will improve citizens' access to better services. The development of a digital public health data system in order to design better and more patient-centric, let's say, health policies. Further organizational reforms in the health system, the conversion of the OP into an insurance organization, modernization and digitalization of the National Organization for the Certification and Qualifications, etc. We will discuss all this with the Commission. But I would like to make a final comment and very quick remark on what was heard before from the previous distinguished speakers. In the last 3 turbulent years, unemployment has fallen by 6 percentage points. 6 percentage points. Growth in 2022 will run twice as fast as the European average, and the next year it is estimated to run 3 times in a year when most countries will try to avoid recession. In 2022, Greece hit record high in exports and investments. Our country is one of the first in the EU in the disbursement of resources from the RRF, and is a step, a big and difficult one, but just one step before the upgrade to the investment stage. So all this means that something relatively good is happening. Not excellent, but things are moving forward. So we are not bragging, but the results of our policies give us more impetus for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kodogiorgis, and I do thank all our panelists today. I think there is another, in a while, a third panel that focuses on the loan facility and the banking sector. It is very interesting, so of course you will follow that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country, changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country, changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. a country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters: the young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent, and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters: the young, the women, the elderly, the workers, and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent, and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης. Με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις, η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μία επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Imagine a country that looks far in order to take care of this planet today. Imagine a country that looks ahead and uses and owns technology. Imagine an introspective country changing its people's lives for the better. Imagine a country that looks outward and opens up to the world to stake its rightful place in the world. This country is your country today. It is Greece, because today Greece is being upgraded. It opens its eyes, turns the gaze to what is important, and turns our vision into reality. Greece is becoming its best version today, a version that we could once only imagine. The version of a greener Greece, where sustainability is a priority and the environment is respected. A modern Greece that puts new technologies at the service of its citizens. A country based on justice and humanity, where people come first. A country where extroversion leads to progress and economic growth. Through 68 reforms and 106 investments, Greece creates 100,000 new, permanent and quality jobs and a steady increase of 6.9% in real GDP until 2026. Because Greece is being upgraded today and focuses on what really matters. The young, the women, the elderly, the workers and the entrepreneurs, the farmers, the unemployed, the students. Greece today is being upgraded and is becoming its best version. With the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, Greece 2.0.
Σε ποιο σημείο συναντιούνται μια γυναίκα που κάνει δωρεάν προληπτική μαστογραφία με έναν έφηβο που απέκτησε δωρεάν σύγχρονο ψηφιακό εξοπλισμό? Τι κοινό έχει ένας επαγγελματίας με αναπηρία που θέλει ουσιαστική στήριξη στην καθημερινότητά του με μια επιχειρηματία που θέλει να εξυγχρονίσει την επιχείρησή της με νέες ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Ξεκινάμε.
Κάνουμε update.
Όχι, restart.
Ένα φιλόδοξο σχέδιο εγκρίνεται. Με το Ελλάδα 2.0 η χώρα έχει τη δυνατότητα να γίνει ψηφιακή, πράσινη, με κράτος φιλικό προς τον πολίτη, προωθώντας την πράσινη μετάβαση, προχωρώντας τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό σε υγεία, παιδεία, δημόσιο τομέα, με αποτελεσματικές πολιτικές κοινωνικής συνοχής για να μην μείνει κανένας πίσω, αυξάνοντας τις ευκαιρίες απασχόλησης, με μεγάλες ιδιωτικές και δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η Ελλάδα απελευθερώνει τις δυνατότητές της. Το Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης Ελλάδα 2.0 μας αφορά όλους.
Γκουγκλαρέ το.
Μπες καλύτερα στο greece20.gov.gr.
Τι κοινό έχει ένας μαθητής λυκείου που κάνει μάθημα με διαδραστικό πίνακα με έναν συνταξιούχο που το σπίτι του μπήκε στο πρόγραμμα Εξοικονομώ? Τι συνδέει μία μηχανικό που θέλει γρήγορες και απλές διαδικασίες στη δουλειά της με όλους εμάς που θέλουμε να χαιρόμαστε το πράσινο της ελληνικής φύσης? Όλοι έχουμε ένα κοινό σημείο συνάντησης. Έχουμε το Ελλάδα 2.0. Επενδύουμε στο κοινό μας αύριο. Εθνικό Σχέδιο Ανάκαμψης και Ανθεκτικότητας Ελλάδα 2.0. Ξεκίνησε με τη χρηματοδότηση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης NextGenerationEU.
Here, thank you for watching the next session of our seminar, which is the loan facility, in which we will be discussing the opportunities for business to finance their investment using RRF funds, provided they meet the RRF's goals. It's a great opportunity for Greece, 12.7 billion of loans, and with us, we have the experts to educate us on the importance of the loan facility and the progress that has been made. So without delay, I give the floor to Mr. Mandou. Excuse me. First, let me, sorry, let me present the speakers. Mr. Manzoufas is from the Greek government, the governor of Recovery and Resilience Facility Agency. From the European Commission, Felicia Stanescu, the head of unit for Recovery and Resilience Task Force. From the Hellenic Bank Association, we will have online is Ms. Harula Apalagaki.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hello. From the EBRD, Andrea Moraru, the director of Greece, for Greece. And from the European Investment Bank, Christos Kontogiorgos, the advisor for lending operations in Greece and Cyprus. So, Mr. Manzoufas, you have the floor. Please try to keep the time limit so that we have some time for questions later.
So good afternoon to all of you. It's really a pleasure to make this presentation and to start by thanking the European Commission for last Friday's approval of our next payment tranche. A lot of hard work to deliver and achieve that particular moment, and more to come. And also to welcome my colleague from Croatia. We really enjoy that you are also one of the front runners running in parallel. So it's very good to have this exchange of views and discuss also internal issues. Now, without further ado, let me present the RRF loan facility, which is a unique measure in the sense that so far at least, Greece has been the only country, along with Italy, that has asked for the full amount of the loan facility that we were entitled to. The amount was 12.7 billion. Now, a big difference with Italy and perhaps with other countries that partially are utilizing this is that we are channeling the full and the whole of this amount towards private investments, totally. Not even a euro further to public investment. One would ask, why was that choice? There are many reasons for that. The key reason is the very big investment gap that Greece is facing, especially in the private sector. The second has to do with the level of funding for public financing along with ESPA that is a very large envelope and includes also the capacity of the public administration to absorb. But a third reason for that was that Greece has specific targets, many member states as well, on fiscal policy. That means we do not have the fiscal space for further spending from a loan facility that gets directly to the primary deficit. That were the reasons that we decided that whole amount to be channeled for private investment. And that the whole idea behind it was based on an early days similar endeavor that we had with the European Commission and the European Investment Bank back in 2018, a program called, at that time, Jessica. That was a small program, but still Actually, we delivered some very good projects in there with similar structures with the ones that you will see later. So we had the experience of running a similar small-scale project in the past with credible institution, with the credibility of the European Investment Bank supporting us on that developing. So building on that experience, we have proposed to the European Commission and at the end at the ECOFIN the development of our plan, which constitutes of three different pillars. The one is 500 million for equity investments for small business startups, mainly addressed, purely addressed, explicitly addressed for SMEs. This is run by the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments. These are co-investments with fund managers, but they need to co-invest similar amount, tranches of 25 million each, targeting equity and quasi-equity investments for the innovative that are really needing this particular product. And quite soon we will have the announcements of the first funds to be established. So that will be a project of big success. Another instrument that again is explicitly addressed to small and medium enterprises is the national compartment of the InvestEU. This is 500 million, leading to lending of more, the pessimistic view say to more than 2.5 billion euro to SMEs. Explicit program for SMEs. Again, this is a guarantee program under the InvestEU, being run by the European Investment Bank with 400 million and the EBRD with 100 million. And the largest of our envelope is for the loan facility, which is 11.7 billion euro. And let me give you some details of how this particular, the last part actually works. So we had very, very long discussions with all the services of the European Commission to structure a program that meets, in my view, the very best of the standards that one could have. So we started by describing all the eligibility criteria, a very detailed work done on that, and setting the rules, meaning that we can, from our own facility, provide up to 50% of a loan, but having at least 30% commercial lending and 20% equity participation. These two last elements were necessary so there is enough skin in the game and meeting targets, which we do have, having close to zero NPL ratio for this particular portfolio. Our loan facility is on a totally pari passu basis with the commercial banks. We are not offering any guarantee. Nothing is there, but we are offering the very low interest rate that we are getting from the European Commission. So that's the benefit for the enterprises. A very low interest rate compared to the market terms, since we are getting this low interest rate directly from the European Commission, being passed through to the enterprises to make business. And of course, providing the liquidity that comes with it. But the main advantage is the low interest rate. Again, I stress, no guarantees and totally on a pari passu. I explained a bit earlier that we have this 500 million InvestEU guarantee program, which is targeting explicitly the SMEs that do need some kind of guarantee. This large program of the 11.7 is being addressed to all companies, even small ones, but to all companies that can bring tangible and real investments to our economy. So in there we have specified the 5 pillars under which the project must fall: green transition, digitalization, extroversion, innovation, R&D, and economies of scale. And later I will show how we stand on these pillars on the projects already signed. So when we structured, we made an open call for commercial banks, and back in end of December, we signed with 6 commercial banks, the 4 systemic banks, plus 2 non-systemic ones. And at the same time, we had already signed with the 2 IFIs, EBRD and the European Investment Bank. So in our program, we have 8 banks that are working on a competitive manner, meaning all of them are offering their product to the market, and the market has many different channels. 8 banks, it's not that oftenly seen, being in a position to discuss and see which bank can actually meet their specific business plans. A second step that we initiated was that for the checking, the auditing of if all the criteria that we are setting are being met, this was channeled to certified auditors. So we made an open call, which is still open, for accredited auditors that do have all the necessary expertise to assess do no significant harm, to assess state aid rules, to assess eligibilities, and all that is necessary to be reviewed and have an opinion. So we have 10 companies that are at the moment are within our registry, and each time a project reaches at the pre-approval stage by a bank, randomly an auditor is being selected. He declares that there is no conflict of interest. If there is conflict of interest, another one is getting selected. And before the signing of any contract, the auditor needs to provide under specific protocol that has been developed with the auditing committee that supervises the auditors. So in a very concrete protocol, they need to confirm all the elements that they need to be assessed. So for each single project, that independent auditing report is coming. And the reason for that is that we wanted to make sure that we do meet all these criteria, not randomly, not putting them, not on a sample basis, but making sure that each one of these projects does not deviate from what it should be there. So let me give you now the state of play. This is the current state of play. As you can see in the graph there, so far we have approximately, and each time the number increases, 241 requests for loans from enterprises. Just to give you a hint that something at the level of 35% is coming from SMEs. We don't know how many of them at the end will reach the final financial close, but already this somehow, even on this data, not explicitly for SMEs, we see something at the level of 35% coming from SMEs. And you can see the progress there. On the first column, you can see where we stood 4 months ago. So 4 months ago, we had, what's the number? 57 applications. So we have more than 370% increase over 4 months. And this really shows that this is a tool that has attracted interest from the market and also from all the commercial and IFI banks. And the same is valid in terms of the volume of the projects, more than 240% increase over the 4 months. So leading at this point as we speak to a total budget of investments exceeding 9 billion euros. The same follows in regards to the RRF loans. Now, where we stand in terms of what has been signed, we have 41 loans that have been signed, 1.8 billion, with 0.8 billion of RRF loans. And again, you can see there the increase within 4 months. From 4 signed contracts, we went to 41, so more than 10 times. And every month or 2 months that we will publish all this data, you will see serious increase in all these numbers. And let me conclude giving you some figures on where do these projects stand in terms of the pillars. So 43% are on the green transition, 27 on digitalization. We have R&D, which is quite interesting, especially if you consider that we're talking about a loan facility. But very, very interestingly, we have almost 30% on extroversion, and this is really important. And here I conclude with these two graphs showing where we stand in terms of what kind of companies on these 41 projects, which sector they belong. Interestingly, again, we see that 1/3 is on industry. So we see a lot of industrial production, which is really, really needed for our economy, which is very, very encouraging. Of course, we do see energy projects. We do, and very, very, very interesting is that we see a lot of digitalization projects. At first, many of the banks were saying, I do not see much appetite for digital projects, but already we see something at the level of 30% covering digital needs. Let me conclude at this point saying that it's one of the programs that in which we are not interfering at all in any of the selection process. We have set up the rules and we are monitoring very closely the good operation of the whole system. And I'm really happy that this is something that all the Greek commercial banks and the two AFIs have fully endorsed and is bringing real results to the Greek market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mantzoufas, for giving us this overview of the state of play. And let me give the floor to Ms. Stanescu now to give us the Commission's perspective. And now? Okay. Yes?
And now? Yes. So first of all, congratulations to IOBE and to the RRF agency and to our colleagues in the Commission office in Athens for this very good conference. Nikos' presentation was so comprehensive that mine will risk being a summary of what he said. I will not try to repeat what he said, but I will say a few things that were important from the Commission's perspective in agreeing on the facility and then agreeing on the disbursement under the first and second payment request. So I think Nikos didn't mention the fact that this is not just a very large measure in the Greek plan, but it is the largest measure in all plans from all member states as a percentage of GDP. So it's really a remarkable instrument. And it is a remarkable instrument for other reasons as well. Well, first, as Nikos said, it will enable companies to benefit from easier access to finance, either through loans at beneficial rates or equity support. And therefore, it will be an important buffer against the negative impact of higher market interest rates in Greece in general and in the current economic environment. Then secondly, it has important leverage effects. So as Nikos explained, the RRF contributes only up to 50% in the case of the on-lending channel. So that means that the RRF on-lending program can support at least 24 billion euros of private investments, which are important amounts. And the InvestEU part of the loan facility, which will benefit mostly SMEs, can also leverage up to 5 times the 500 million dedicated to this channel. So that's another 2.5 billion. These are important sums of money. Then thirdly, what is very interesting is that these large amounts of money will really contribute to supporting the green and digital transition, because 37% of this amount of money is earmarked to support climate transition goals and 20% to support digital transition goals. Now, I said that it is a very large instrument. With being big comes a lot of responsibility. So indeed, we discussed together and agreed all these important safeguards that Nikos described. I won't repeat them, but from the point of view of the Commission, what was very important is that there is risk sharing. So there is skin in the game, whereby the financial institutions and the commercial banks participate alongside with the money from the RRF. And this should contribute to prudent lending. And this is important because, as Nikos explained, so this is RRF loans which are on lent to companies, then the money is reimbursed to the Greek state and reimbursed to the EU to reimburse the RRF loans. So it was important that the funding is done in a prudent way. Then related to that, what was equally important was that the decisions are really taken on a commercial basis. So projects are assessed based on merit by the financial institutions, by the commercial banks, with no interference from the Greek government. And that's why you have important safeguards in the features of the facility that, for instance, they should only fund projects that have a positive net present value. And then the third important safeguard and feature was that the facility should finance new investment. So new loans and not refinancing of old loans. And all these safeguards are there in the agreements with the financial institutions and with the banks. They are audited through multiple layers of auditing, both ex ante and ex post by independent auditors. So we take comfort from that. I will wrap up by saying that Greece is a front runner in many respects, and we've heard that a lot today. The other part where Greece was a front runner was that not only it exceeded the target that it needed to fulfill under the second payment request, so they needed to agree contracts, so sign contracts for 586 million, and they exceeded that by almost 10%. So they signed, by the time you submitted the payment request, it was for almost 630 million. Now it is even more. So not only did you exceed that by 10%, but you submitted the loan, the loan request, the payment request for the loans 3 months earlier. So I really challenge all member states to to be able to do that. So congratulations again, and we look forward to the continued implementation of this very important instrument.
Thank you, Ms. Stanescu. And now I will give the floor to Ms. Apalagaki. Can we do that?
Good afternoon, everybody. Apologies. Monday is the day of my classes at the university. It was impossible to be in person there. Thank you very much for the invitation, even the virtual one. In first place, I would like to underline the very close cooperation that we had all this time, starting from November 2021, with the Ministry of Finance, more specifically with the governor, Mr. Mantsoufas. I don't know how many hundreds of emails we have exchanged in order to build this very new product, a new lending experience. It signals the adjustment of the Greek doing business in the new ambitious environment. And of course, I'm very delighted to listen from the representative of the Commission that we have done a very effective and successful work up to now. It signals that also the entire Greek economy is ready for the transition to green and digital. The banking sector is happy to share this new experience because for this transition and mostly for the climate change, of course, we need synergies of public and private, and that's what we have in RRF. You have seen the results of the first 5 months. Why the first 5 months? We undersigned under transparent but fast procedures the contract with the Greek state on the 28th of December of last year. And then we entered a long period in order to design and to solve all substantial and technical issues for this wonderful platform. All the stakeholders, banks, state, companies, they have, and of course the experts, they have full and equal access to this e-platform, which replaces the human factor and on this way accelerates the procedure and safeguards the transparency. I'm well aware from other banking associations that some countries, much bigger ones, they are still trying to find the path to flow the money from RRF, from the state to the private sector. 41 projects, 1.8 billion, and we are about to proceed with the second installment. I consider that the figures provide the best evidence for the maturity of the banks to proceed very quickly with the approval of the loan. The banks have not only to contribute to the loan facility, but mainly they have also to follow up for the whole life of the loan, the implementation of the law, and to take into account that the NPL volume has to be kept very low. That's why I said in my introduction that is a new experience. Well, I think I can stop here in order not to repeat the data delivered by Mr. Matsoufas. I heard also from Mr. Skylakakis that he's as in principle against the grants. Of course, the grants shall support the companies who are less able to support and by their own this transition. Don't keep in mind that Greece has 85% of small and medium companies. RRF in whole should not be only a benefit for the larger companies who have anyway access to lending, but also to support the smaller one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apalagaki. Thank you for giving us this perspective from the bank's side. So let's move to Ms. Andrea Moraru, the Director for Greece of EBRD.
Hello. Okay, it's working. I have a few slides. I'll stay here just Okay, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I would like to thank the European Commission and the Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research for this kind invitation to be part of this distinguished panel. Before going into the EBRD implementation of the RRF facility, I would just like to talk very briefly about the bank. For those of you that you are not familiar with EBRD, we are a development financial institutions that was set up in 1991 to support the private sector development in the countries of operation. We operate 38 at the moment, including Greece. In Greece, we started to operate in 2015 to support the economic recovery of the country from the deep financial crisis. Initially, we've been involved in the recapitalization of the 4 systemic banks, but since then, our activity has broadened across all the sectors of the Greek economy. We have three strategic priorities that we support in the country, and the first is to improve the competitiveness of the Greek economy by the expansion of the private sector. Here, we work with a variety of companies that are sound, bankable, that support innovation, that they have ambitious R&D program, big green agenda, or they want to go abroad and increase their exports through a facility of instruments. We can work across the capital structure by providing from junior debt to equity, and we support them also on the capital market, so it's pretty much focusing of changing the structure of the Greek economy and make it more extrovert. The second priority is on the sustainable investment. For us, we are a climate bank. Sustainability and supporting green agenda is very important, and here we work with a variety of companies through different type of instruments, also participating in equity on the capital markets, privatization, renewables, so basically to support Greece's very ambitious decarbonization agenda. And the third is to enhance the resilience of the financial sector. As we know, it's very important to have a very solid banking system in order to support the economy. And here, besides equity in the banks, we supported them with different trade programs, facilitation of the cross-border transactions, also in terms of issuance, MREL, but also in more innovative structure like synthetic securitizations that also help them release capital and use that capital to support more lending to the Greek economy. So far, we invested more than 6 billion in the country, across 94 projects. What I would like to stress out is that we work in Greece, in particular, only with the private sector. 100% of our portfolio, it's private. We finance range between 500 and 800 million a year in terms of projects, and the split of the portfolio is pretty much balanced between corporate sector, sustainable infrastructure, and financial institutions. As a bank, we operate on few principles that are very important for us. Of course, the developmental impact is very important, and we have different dimensions that are on the right-hand side of my chart. But more important, all the projects that we do, they have to be bankable, and not only bankable, but they have to generate economic returns on our capital. So we work on purely commercial principles, and I mention this because this is very important in the context of the RRF. So far we have a portfolio of 2.1 billion across 70 active operations. Okay, so now on the RRF, we are very proud, first of all, to be one of the implementing partner, and I would like to use this opportunity to thank the Greek government, Nikos Mantzouphas here, and also the European Commission for an excellent cooperation. We've been discussing and we've been trying, to work together and make it work for some time, and we are very happy that we've been the first implementing partner to sign the operational agreement. agreement with the Ministry of Finance and the European Commission. Following this, internally we approved the framework, which is basically in total allow us to finance projects up to 1.2 billion. So it's 500 million from the RRF, 500 million from our own resources, and the rest is client contribution. What I would like to mention about this framework, what is important is that we don't make any distinction between the credit criteria that we apply to our normal business operation and the RRF. So all the projects, as you can imagine, we are a AAA institution, so we have very thorough criteria in terms of eligibility. All the projects that are approved under the RRF follow absolutely the same path. The only difference is that co-finance 50%, up to 50%, of course it depends on the project size, it goes on the under the RRF. In terms of pillars, so we are, in line with our strategy. We see a big overlap, especially with the two dimensions that I was mentioning at the beginning, in terms of green transition, but also the extroversion, and innovation. These are very important for us and actually in line with what we do. We see this instrument very important and very relevant in the current market conditions. I mean, both Nikos and Felicia mentions the increasing in the rate environment. What we see, for example, in Greece this year, EBRD is a big investor on the capital market, and traditionally, about 40% of our investments annually in Greece were in issuance by the corporates. This year, we invested only in one because they're not, as you know, the situation in Ukraine prevented companies to go to the market, and that's why we see this instrument very relevant in the current environment and helps a lot, helps companies to continue focusing on the investments that will contribute to the growth of the Greek economy. I would like just briefly mention two projects that we finance in the RRF, just to give an example of the type of companies that we work. The first project that was actually signed is 187 million to OTE to support the deployment of high-capacity networks. This is fiber. This is very important for Greece, as you imagine. Digitalization and transformation of the economy make it more attractive. The economic impact for this was very important for us, and that's why we're very keen to engage, because we, due to this project, more than 300,000 households, and these are households based outside the big cities of Athens and Thessaloniki, will benefit of high-efficiency fiber. This was the first project signed, as I mentioned, and this comes under the digital pillar. And another additional thing that we provide to this project, due to our expertise in-house, we can do all the not significant harm analysis. Everything we can do it in-house, and this speed up the process and help the clients. This was a project that was done in a record time as well. Was 3 months. It was the first one, and we'll be very happy that we'll be able to already disburse it immediately after signing. The second one, which is very dear to our heart as a development institutions, is a small family business, Hazopoulos, based in the north of Greece, that they produce sustainable packaging for the food and pharma industry. This is a project, you can see the amount is much smaller, 12 million, and our contribution was 3.75. But for us, this was very important because this is a company that exports. About 70% of their production is export. It's also green because they support sustainable packaging. So for us, it was very important to engage with them. Again, was done in a very short period of time. We supported a lot on the environmental side due to our expertise in this time of projects. And we've been, as I said, we've been very happy that we could support them in this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moraro. Mr. Kontogiorgos.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, my name is Christos Kontogeorgios, representing EIB. Many thanks to IOBE for the organization of this seminar, and many thanks to the Commission and the Greek government for setting up RRF. I have a few slides on EIB, very general slides. So we see the EIB group, we have two institutions, EIB and EIF. EIB is the lending arm of the European Union since 1958, and EIF is our subsidiary, which is specializing in providing risk finance, equity and debt instruments, mainly to small and medium-sized enterprises. EIB at a glance. EIB is the largest multilateral lender and borrower worldwide, raising funds on the international markets and passing on the favorable interest rates to clients. We have invested over 1.5 trillion since 1958, and we are headquartered in Luxembourg with almost 4,000 staff, including engineers and economists, and 54 offices globally. These are our priorities. As you can see, innovation, digital and human capital, sustainable energy and natural resources, sustainable cities and regions, and SMEs and mid-caps, which usually we support through global loans through the national financial intermediaries. EIB Group in Greece, here we have some numbers. Maybe some of them are quite small, you cannot see, but I'm sure this presentation will be handed over to you by the organizers. RRF mandate in Greece. So here we have the RRF design. The RRF is designed on the basis of the appraisals and the approval process we have internally for EIB owned resources. We start with an investment strategy and business plan. We move on to ensure that we target as many as possible from the RRF pillars, with main emphasis, of course, on green and digital. And then we proceed on the basis of the EIB project pipeline. So the RRF is complementary to EIB financing. We cannot provide an RRF loan that does not include also EIB financing, because in that case, we will be out of business in Greece. We offer the EIB value added. In essence, we conduct the appraisal that we would have conducted for our own funds, which are included, as we said, in the financing. And on this basis, we proceed also with the RRF tranche. And finally, we have quite extensive expertise on monitoring and reporting due to our experience from DFIs. DFIs are the decentralized financial instruments in which we operate since 2008. The setup. Here you can see the setup. In essence, RRF in Greece is the largest unilateral mandate within EIB, up to 5 billion euros. It is set up as a financial instrument within EIB, a separate block of finance. The funds are coming from the Hellenic Republic. And in parallel, you can see also that we have what we said before, that the RRF funds go hand in hand with EIB owned funds to the projects. The difference with previous financial instruments in which EIB has been engaged is that in this case, EIB is the financial intermediary. In the previous cases where we were implementing financial instruments, we were acting as the fund of funds. So here you see the flow of funds. We have the agreement with the Hellenic Republic, and then the funds from a disbursement account, which is ring-fenced for the RRF funds. They go to projects, and from projects, the funds come back to the return to the repayment account. The investment strategy. The product is investment loans to the extent possible at the minimum rate, as this has been defined by a ministerial act from time to time. Of course, all strategic pillars are eligible. The financing scheme already presented before, is minimum 20% equity, minimum EIB loan 30, maximum RRF loan 50. So in this case, we accept that the EIB loan could go to 30% in most of the cases in order to maximize the RRF tranche, thus also minimizing to the extent possible the interest rate for the client. Beneficiaries, private entities, and special purpose vehicles for projects in project finance, and also public corporates where the state holding is equal to or less than 50%, or in cases where the state holding, where the latter owns or manages energy networks consisting state monopoly. Also, this is the last slide. Last week, we had the kickoff meet, the official kickoff meeting for the 400 million of under InvestEU under the MS compartment, which were allocated to EIF, and calls for expression of interest will follow for financial intermediaries in order to support through this guarantee instrument in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, we have time for questions. And let me start right away with Mr. Manzoufas. Mr. Manzoufas, could you please give us an example or explain to us how important it is and what is the benefit for a Greek business to use the loans of the RRF instead of regular bank financing? And do you think that this compensates for the disadvantage that the Greek companies usually have due to high cost of financing?
Yes, thank you. Now, we do, first of all, see it as a typical banking financing. We do not deviate from that part. So all the process that typically an enterprise would undertake to reach out to a bank and receives financing, all the steps are there. So in regards to that, there is no further, as I said before, a guarantee from our side, nothing. So he needs to pass all the due diligence that he would pass even in a typical banking product. Further, the banking product needs to be at least 30%. And what is being offered through that product is actually the lower interest rate. And this is very, very important, particularly at these times where the interest rates are being on an upward trend. And we see a lot of benefits that at the end do help the companies. And let me say one word here regarding what we have seen so far in terms of what projects the companies bring. What we anecdotally see, but we evidence in large, is that the companies do see it as an opportunity to enlarge their investment project. We have seen it in a number of cases, and also to move to territories that they would do it much later. Digital transformation is an explicit example, because given the fact that banks do need to have for each tranche 20% in there, they are further promoting the digitalization of businesses, which at the very first stages of this product was not a key priority for the enterprises, wrongly, but they had to prioritize their investments. So we do see a shift to digitalization coming purely from this instrument, and in all other areas, including that, the lower interest rate, that means having the capacity to do more investment in their business cycle. Thank you.
So how lower is the interest rate?
Depends. We have set up as a minimum the 1% for medium and large enterprises, and 0.35% for small and very small enterprises. And we made that distinction between the medium and large so as to give a higher incentive to the small and medium to the small and very small enterprises, having a 0.35%, but even a good incentive also for the others. So far, the average interest rates that we do have in this 41 project is 1.1.
Average between large and small and very small?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Stanescu, as you said before in your presentation, this is a new experiment, let's say, the loan facility. So how does the Commission view this new this experiment now after some months of having used it? And do you think that other countries which are not using the loan possibilities of the ERRF are going to use it now because of the higher interest rates?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I mean, the experiment, as you call it, we call it a rather unique instrument, is very successful, as we have seen. So every milestone and target that needed to be delivered under the first payment request and under the second payment request has been delivered. So the operational agreements with the financial institutions and with the commercial banks were signed on time. The calls to commercial banks were issued on time. The agreements to launch the equity platform and to launch the InvestEU compartment, those were done on time. And the target of signing at least 586 million worth of contracts was overachieved and early. So so far, the implementation is going very well. I hear that we heard from Nikos that there's a lot of interest. There's a lot of competition among the banks themselves, very healthy competition. This can only be good in terms of the projects that are financed and in terms of the interest rates that are used for projects. So this is all very good. Now, what are the implications more broadly? So far, 9 member states, so including Greece, have taken loans. And to give you an idea of the amount, so within the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the amount of loans available to member states is 386 billion. And out of that, so as I said, 9 member states have taken loans, which means that there are still 225 billion euros worth of loans available. And the Commission is in active discussions with all member states. They have until August next year to decide whether they want to take loans or not. And as you may know, within the context of the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis that has caused, the Commission proposed an amendment to the RRF regulation, the so-called Repower EU regulation, which offers additional grant support to member states to fund projects that would increase their energy security. And within that context, there may be interest from member states to take more loans. But it's early to tell. We will know more next year whether more member states want to take more loans and what those amounts would be, and whether anyone else wants to draw inspiration from the features of the loan facility in Greece.
Thank you. Ms. Apalagaki, you're with us.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So could you please explain to us what criteria the banks are using in order to ensure the viability of the businesses that are financed by the RRF loans, and how do they make sure that a new surge of NPLs is avoided?
Well, I start with your last remark. Of course, I can well understand why NPLs is so linked to the Greek banking sector, but As everybody knows, NPL is not an issue anymore for the Greek banks, since all of them reached already last year a digit number. Of course, we are not in the low level of the average Eurozone, but we have no considerable signals that though the increase of the interest, we shall generate a new generation of NPLs. Regarding the criteria, we are running the last decade the criteria of the so-called responsive lending and responsive banking. That means that the first to be checked by the bank is the capability of the borrower to repay the amount. In our case, in RRF case, as it was told many times in this session, we have a risk sharing. The company itself shares a big part of this risk through the equity participation. We consider that this factor, that the company pays in advance a big participation, is a security net for the repayment of the loan. Another very material factor which mitigates the risk is, of course, the expert opinion regarding the eligibility of the project and the eligibility of the company. We consider that this procedure is structured on objective criteria, and that is an additional safety that the repayment shall be in place. Of course, we have also banks have also included in their contracts the termination right. That means that if they see that the repayment capability is not existing anymore, they can withdraw the contract. I don't consider that to be a repayment risk. And besides that, if you go through the list of the 41 companies who have utilized the RRF funds, you shall see that if they are not capable to pay them, we shall have a bigger risk, not only in country, but in Europe as well.
Thank you. Ms. Moraru, could you please elaborate a little bit more on what can international financial institutions do to create new financing opportunities for companies?
Thank you. So as an international financial institutions, we have a strong mandate to support the private sector, also to mobilize the foreign investment, and also to encourage sustainable investments and development. In Greece, as mentioned before, we have it's a big overlap between our country strategy and the objectives of the RRF. So for us, it came, despite the novelty of the instrument, if I can say, it came as a natural product to implement, because we have, even our normal approval process, we follow pretty much the same path. We screen the projects in terms of green financing, in terms of extroversion, innovation. So it came very natural to us. And maybe that's why we were one of the first one to sign the first projects in Greece. So despite the relatively small allocation, we have 500 million, which is about 4% of the facility. We have already utilized 20% of it. It's been already dispersed under the RRF fund. So we see ourselves as a natural partner to continue this implementation. As I said, it's a very good fit to what we do, and it's a very good addition for the companies. And what is very important for us is to see companies that, despite this very challenging environment caused by the energy prices, by the war in Ukraine, because of the instrument is attractive, 50% of the project cost, it comes at very attractive interest rates. What we see is that companies, they don't stop investing, and it's very important during this challenging period for the companies to not to deviate from their plans, to focus more on green and digitalization, that they wouldn't have done it before, because obviously they are incentivized to do it. So we are very excited and very pleased to see this happening. Another important contribution that we can bring to RRF implementation, which is outside our role as implementing partner under the RRF, is that we invest in equity. So we provide, we can contribute in a capital increase or through direct financing. So RRF, as we know, requires 20% client contribution, which is in the form of equity participation in this project. So this is something that we are very focusing. Actually, we have a situation we are going to announce at the beginning of next year where we are not on the RRF part, because we can do both debt and equity in the same type of project, but we provide the equity to the company that will help implementation of the RRF. We, as I said, we signed already 2 projects. They are fully dispersed. We have a pipeline. We are going to announce another one pretty soon in the next couple of weeks, and we are working on a pipeline for next year. Especially, I mean, we work across the 5 pillars, but for us it's very important the green, due to our agenda, focusing on green, digitalization, but also extroversion and innovation of the Greek economy.
Thank you. And Mr. Kontogiorgos, could you please explain to us a little bit more about the InvestEU SME loans? How do they help small and medium enterprises leverage new loans, particularly for the green and the digital transition?
Okay, thank you. Last week, as I said before, was the official launch of the InvestEU MS compartment on top of the EU compartment, which of course is already up and running. This will be a guarantee instrument. We will have 3 products. EIF actually will launch 3 products, one on sustainability, the other one on competitiveness, and the third one on innovation and digitalization. The benefit of the guarantee is that it has multiplying effects to projects and companies that can be supported. The instruments of EIF, and in particular also this one, of course, will support SMEs, small, mid-caps and individuals. And the intermediary applicants can submit applications already as of last Thursday, the 24th of November.
Mr. Mandzoufas, there has been criticism from the beginning of the RRF that only large companies can benefit. So how does the Greek government answer to that? How do you respond to those who say that the small and medium enterprises cannot take the advantage?
Okay, I think it's a totally unfair statement from wherever it comes. The reality is the following. We have the grant element, which is targeting explicitly, in most of the cases, small and medium enterprises. You can see, for instance, with digitalization of the businesses, state aid scheme, large companies are not allowed to participate. So from the grant element, which is the 17.8 billion, more than, I think approximately 2 billion goes to support as grant to SMEs. So that's the first part, and not allowing larger companies to participate. The second thing is that on the loan facility, we have a structured designed just for the SMEs program under the InvestEU umbrella that guarantees that this is a well-run product, because you can easily say, I'm building something for the SMEs and ending up with 80% NPL ratio. This is not our target. But under this framework, we have designed right from the start. It is not a new. Last week it was announced the implementation of it. But right from the start, we had designed this specific program that will channel more than 2.5 billion of euros explicitly and only to SMEs. The same is valid also for the equity platform, 500 million plus 500 million from the fund managers for equity investments well needed on innovation, digitalization, SMEs. Again, all these are only for SMEs. And on the large envelope of the 11.7 billion, this is open to any business. To give you an example, one of the companies on the 41 that you already see is a small boutique hotel in the island of Serifos. Indeed, Serifos. A small boutique hotel coming from an individual, which is a small client to one of the commercial banks. Already, 20% on this 41 already signed are SMEs, and on the total number so far of the applications, we do see something at the level of 40%. So it is open also for SMEs. We have specific products for SMEs, but in general, we are targeting to support real growth projects and not run NPL ratios of the previous decade. Thank you.
And do you think that this financing is leading to a new growth model for Greece as envisaged in the plan originally?
I strongly believe that. I can speak for hours for that. But when we were structuring with the European Commission the whole program, we had very, very constructive debates on what are the pillars, what should be the governance. It was very challenging, but also very constructive. So, for instance, we had a pillar called extroversion. So, one of the key pillars that could benefit, apart from the green and the digital, which are the obvious and they're part of the regulation, we actually added two more pillars. Extroversion, meaning that companies that are exporting could benefit from this product. So if a company is not green, is not digital, and is not exporting, cannot get into this loan facility. The fourth pillar is R&D. What do we see so far? We see the first R&D projects being implemented. It's not very easy to develop R&D projects under a loan facility, but this has already happened in a pharmaceutical company doing a big R&D program, and we see more coming there. And for me, it's very interesting that part of this program is addressed at the end, because we do not dictate where it will go. We set the rules, but we see the response being a lot of industrial production, which is really at the core of a new model for Greece in many areas. And the final, if I may say, a point, so far, we have not seen large size renewable projects. They are coming. They need more time to mature. But on that particular sector, we have seen energy optimization programs. So, for instance, we have seen in many of these projects photovoltaics on the roofs and net metering for energy production and energy consumption outside the big renewable projects that will come. So mostly in all the projects that we do see, apart from the fact that they are viable projects, they contribute to growth, new jobs, they are on pillars that are of real good sense, meaning for the Greek economy. We do see that.
Thank you, Mr. Mantzoufas. Ms. Stanescu, do you feel that does the Commission feel that the funds will be spent as they should?
I can only say yes to that question. I think we all explained about the safeguards that are inbuilt within the instrument that in terms of the features of the instrument, which is reflected in the agreements with the banks and with the financial institutions. And then in terms of the level of checks and controls that are applied, where you have independent auditors that audit projects and they check compliance with all the features of the instrument, with do no significant harm, with state aid. They look at whether the project was assigned to what we call the right intervention fields in terms of whether they're green or digital. So they look at all of these features, and you have ex ante and you have ex post audits. Maybe one thing to a bit unrelated to your question, but something that I didn't mention before is that this loan facility, so this support to private investment, doesn't exist in a vacuum. So it's really embedded within the plan of Greece, and there are many synergies between this funding of private investment and the other measures in the rest of the plan. So Nikos talks about support for extroversion, so to help companies increase their export capacity. In the rest of the plan, there are reforms that support companies to do precisely that, with tax incentives or with other legislation that enables companies to increase their export capacity. The same with renewables. So the loan facility will fund projects in the green transition. Some will certainly go to renewables. On the other side of the plan, there are reforms to support the increase of renewables by cutting down on licensing times, as my colleague Julia explained this morning. So that offers, in a way, let's say, another safeguard that this money is going towards goals that are supported and enabled with reforms on the other side of the plan as well.
Reforms and loans go hand by hand.
Indeed.
This is a new aspect of this plan.
Indeed.
Okay. Ms. Apalagaki, some people have said that the RRF loans, some of the RRF loans are not used to finance new additional investments, but investments which would have been financed anyway by the bank. So what is your answer to this, let's say, criticism? And also, do you think that they complement or substitute part of the Greek bank's new credit plans?
Well, your question sounds very, very similar to this one, to Mr. Matsoupas. Well, Greek banks have, we have in 2022 a positive credit expansion by the Greek banks, which is not linked to RRF. Normally, this year, 2022, shall be the best year of the decade. That means that the banks, they desire, of course, to keep their clientele and to keep on lending. Maybe companies who have requested or who have applied for RRF, they have done a preparatory work, and we are happy to have these cases. But that does not mean that they replace their lending with RRF. Of course, the companies have a very good reason to prefer the RRF funding, even if the criteria and the scope are much stricter, because the final interest is much lower than the interest of another loan type. But definitely, I don't think that even the companies or the banks have, let's say, have spoiled the scope of RRF. again, the answer to the one who maintained the opposite would be to go through the list, which is, of course, in public use and has been delivered by Mr. Skylakakis himself at the Parliament at the end of October. If you go through this list, of course, it's easy to reject this claim.
Thank you.
And now I have to leave. Thank you very much for the invitation. Now it's time for the class.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we have time for two more questions, I think. Ms. Moraru, your bank is the world leader in climate finance. So how does this apply in Greece?
Indeed, EBRD has been a pioneer in green transition, and this has been at the heart of our strategy since 1991. In 2015, we adopted so-called green economy transition, which is a broad concept where we screen every investment we do against environmental impact, carbon emissions, in line with the United Nations COP set up in Paris. Last year, about 5.4 billion out of 10 billion that EBRD invested across all the geographies have been in green projects, and this happens as well in Greece. Out of 840 million investments, 50% have been green investments. So what we do in order to increase this and to step up our effort in supporting the green transition in Greece, every single project we do, we try to work with the company, work on some environmental sustainable plans to encourage them to support more green economy. For example, on the capital markets where we've been very active, not all the bonds are green because companies, they don't have necessarily a full investment plan that is green, but what EBRD does is really pushing the boundaries and ask the companies to allocate a multiplier of our investments in green projects, and this encourages them to support more green transition. Another aspect that we do and we help companies is that we support them with these environmental plans. This we can do in-house, same as mentioned before for the RRF. Do no significant harm. We do it in-house with the support of our internal teams. It's a strong focus internally on the climate change. EBRD has committed that all our projects beginning from 2023 on the corporate sector will be Paris aligned in terms of climate. So we are really stepping up the efforts across the geography, and Greece, I have to say, has been a front runner as well on this area. We see the most sustainability-linked bonds, green bonds issued by the Greek corporates more than in other countries that we operate, and so it's a big focus here. So we are very pleased to see that.
Thank you. Mr. Kontogiorgos, how soon do you expect the financing to be available from your bank? And how will the loans be prioritized between small and medium?
Yes, as I said before, on the 24th of November, the information note for the call for expression of interest under the MS compartment is on EIF's website. Financial intermediaries interested can apply. Of course, selection cannot yet take place. We believe that this will happen within the first quarter of 2023. With respect to prioritization of investments, of course, this depends also on how the intermediaries would like to structure the products, but obviously on a first-come, first-served basis. But also bearing in mind that all this structure is governed by the regulation. So we have to meet the 38.5% of climate and 20.7% of digital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this concludes our session. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm Chris Allen from the Commission office in Athens. I wanted just to say a few words, sort of trying to wrap up the discussion today. I think we build this session along with the agency and IOBE as a stakeholder workshop to sort of start a dialogue on recovery plan implementation and to really kick off a discussion. And I think we've achieved that rather well today. And I think it's clear that some very important issues have been discussed. I think from Vice President Skinas and Minister Skylakakis, it's really clear that this is a very big thing for Greece. Margarita Skinas talked about this being a huge transfer, some 16% of GDP to Greece, and a real chance to make economic, social, and environmental transformations here. And I guess that's the objective, to make a recovery and a more resilient country. And I think Mr. Skylakakis agreed that basically this is a chance for Greece to change the growth model, to be more competitive, to improve investment and improve productivity. And from that, it's clear that the instruments and the reforms and investments are tremendously important, particularly the loans funds that we've just discussed, but also the reforms and the set of reforms that I include some very, very big reforms where there's a lot of commitment from the government. I think that in the first session on implementation, and what was very clear is that both Greece and Croatia are indeed front runners. I think Mr. Skinas in a previous talk talked about the Champions League of the recovery plans. But there's a reason for that. In the case of Greece, this is some 16% of GDP, very, very important scope for investment. In the case of Croatia, some 10% of GDP. This is tremendously important. And what is more, this investment has to be delivered by 2026. This is a very short period, and it doesn't leave much room or much scope for stopping or trying things out. And I think it's very important and perhaps understandable that both Greece and Croatia have chosen quite a centralized way of implementation through the Ministry of Finance and through the Prime Minister's office, which actually I think gives a good balance of where policy comes from, and of course where finance comes from, to make this possible. I think that clearly already there have been some very important reforms that have been delivered, and Julia, my colleague, mentioned really this very big reform in terms of licensing of renewables. I mean, the actual target of moving from a 5-year period to get renewables licensed to a year, and moving, I think, most significantly from a 21% at the moment of renewables in the energy mix to 35% by 2030. This is a very big reform, and this is, of course, where the loans come in as well. However, I would say that, and this was rather important in the implementation session, there were also some calls, and I guess this is the purpose of the conference, to say, isn't there a need now that you're beginning to deliver, and it's clear that the delivery is coming? Isn't there a need to be more open? Dimitri Papastergiou from Trikala and the Kete said, let's involve municipalities more. And I guess certainly for ESPA, municipalities are going to be involved much more, and for ESPA, which is over a longer period, it's tremendously important that municipalities are involved. But of course, that doesn't mean that the agency shouldn't also be open to discuss with municipalities. And I think the same is true of SMEs, where I think Valia Aranitu made a very heartfelt plea to involve SMEs, and I think it's clear that certainly in terms of the loans and on this new SME loans program, SMEs can and will be involved much more. And I think this is a dialogue to come, and this is one of the reasons we wanted to have this meeting. Look, in the second panel, we thought this is very important, and really it's about the social contribution. Now, I think there's a general agreement that in low participation rates, a skill mismatch, low education outcomes, and the need to, after really 12 years of economic crisis, really updating social inclusion. And I think it's clear that there are a number of reforms within the RRP which do that. The reform of the employment service, the education upgrading of digitization, evaluation, and internationalization, and I would say a whole range of very innovative pilot projects on social inclusion, ranging from making more of childcare that Faye Makatasi mentioned, to the personal disability scheme, which will actually, for the first time, sort of identify the needs of individual disabled people and provide the appropriate care for them. Now, I would say in this context, obviously, and I think this is what Patrick Paquet mentioned, look, this is in a much bigger context, which is of ESPA. If you add it all together, there's some 7 billion of funding, most of that, some 5 billion of that coming from ESPA. So in a sense, the RRP is doing the pilots, and ESPA will then pick up on them. And I think it's in that context we should look at the skills discussion that we had. I think it's quite clear, and I think everybody understands that, again, as Faye said, there's a real problem, a generational problem, the generation of the economic crisis. People who weren't able to get a job then and haven't really been able to participate in the labour force properly since. And I think that potential is something that is very important to deal with. And I have to say it's a sort of potential also from, let's say, the Thatcher generation in the UK, when there was a big recession and there was a great group of young people who found it very difficult to get back into the workforce. Now, we kind of know what's needed, and what is needed is good quality skills and training to get people into the workforce. And I think that the principles of the reform to have a demand-driven training, to have bringing in new training providers, and having a clear link with independent certification are all things that are very important to do in such skills. But I have to say, it's also necessary to evaluate this, and I think the evaluation of this, which is indeed part of the RRP, is going to be tremendously important. And from that point of view, I thought Faye Makatasi's suggestion to have a reform observatory to try to follow up more systematically what's going on in terms of these reforms is tremendously important and something that could be considered. Finally, just to turn briefly to the loans programme. I mean, first of all, it seems to me this is the most extraordinary success. It is something that was really made in Greece, made in Greece and tailored for the Greek experience to ensure that these loans really would assist in new investments and would also be very closely linked to the reforms and other investments of the recovery plan. And I think in that context, it seems to have worked very, very well. I think, given that this is just since July, having 824 million worth of loans, which is leveraged to 1.8 billion of investments, is just a tremendous success. And clearly this is going to go on and be very important in moving back Greece in terms of its investment ratios. And in terms of SME financing, I think that indeed this is just the tip of the iceberg. For SME financing, the European Investment Bank funding through the EIF of 400 million worth of guarantees will indeed enable, well, maybe 1.5 billion, maybe 2.5 billion. I'm told by the EIB that it's likely to be even as much as 5 billion of new funding for SMEs, and that is just starting. And I suppose in the first quarter, first half of next year, that will start to become available to SMEs, and I think this will be tremendously important. Well, where do we go now? I think, as I say, this is the first stage of a discussion. I'd like to thank the speakers, our partners, the Recovery and Resilience Agency and IOBE for organising this. But I would also like to thank all of you for coming and participating in this. And as I say, I think this will start a discussion and a debate. And I think what's clear is that you can be in the Champions League, but you can always do a bit of training and become even better. And I think that's the sort of conclusion I would take from this conference. That it's things which are good can be made even better, and they're made even better by talking and discussing and being open to different perspectives. And this is about what democracy is about, after all. And so thank you all for coming. And well, I guess this will be the first of several conferences. Thank you very much.